I need you more. Horizon Thunder
Good morning or good night. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Late Night Show with Derek Melinda. I'm your host, and I'm excited to be here. Well, how is everybody doing? Hopefully, you are all well. So, tonight was Friday here in the States, and I didn't really do much. So, I ended up falling asleep mid-afternoon with my dogs. I took a nap till like 8 p.m. So, I'm going to be up. So if I'm up, I want to stream. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Jake, no, I did not get canes today. I so Friday nights, if I don't play RPGs, which I usually do with my crew, I usually go up to my favorite local game store and will either play Magic or I will bird Magic. And then sometimes we go out for food afterwards. We call it Food Club. We oftentimes do get canes, but today we got Buffalo Wild Wings, BW3s. So no canes today, but I did just get back from some chicken wings about 20 minutes ago. I got home, realized I was completely not tired. And I thought, we've been streaming a lot, but what about those, but we've been finishing at midnight. What about those folks over maybe in Europe? It's Saturday over there. What about the West Coast on Friday? So maybe we'll do a little late night stream. And here we are. Sleep schedule disrupted, complete. I mean, to be fair, my sleep schedule can't really be disrupted because I don't have to really be anywhere unless I, for some odd reason, were to like miss a 7 p.m. stream or something. But, it's all good. Welcome, everybody. James Scott, you missed nothing. I'm just hanging out. Just got some B-dubs and decided to just hang out with everybody and, shoot the shit. We've been so focused on Daggerheart, and not just focused on Daggerheart, but obviously it just came out this week. I'm excited about the game. There's no doubt about that, but it's also, good for the channel and got a lot of new eyes and we got a lot of new subs and, so that's been good. So there was enough interest. I mean, Tuesday's stream was our largest stream ever. So we ran it back on Thursday, but I like talking with everybody, and so I've been so focused on the content because we're trying to get through all this, all this gaming content. Yeah, we haven't had as much time to hang out and talk. Kyle, who has to leave soon, apparently to pick up his sister as he usually does. This is fucking we ball. Kyle, thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, that's a KOLC-ism. Last year at Origins, one of our patrons, Trevco, was at Origins with us, and he brought his son, who was like 16, 17-year-old kid. Maybe he's 18, but a younger guy. And I did a Magic draft with Trevor and his dad and his son. Noah is his son. And we also played a couple Shadow Dark games with them. And this young kid, like, whenever I was like, okay, that sounds really risky. And he'd be like, fuck it, we ball. And like, he just said it. I mean, he probably said it like 10 times or something like that. And it just kind of became like an unofficial anthem of us, which is basically, basically means YOLO. Fuck it, we ball. And so it's one of my favorites. I actually, Erica suggested we put it on the shirt for this year's Origins, but some people are uncomfortable with the swear word being on the shirt that they would wear. So we will avoid that, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't want to put it on a shirt. What's up, Dor? Good to see you. Also, I know you love Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Well, sort of. But do you have any thoughts on the new old world RPG being produced by Cubicle 7? Where the fuck is it? This one? Or are they doing a 5th edition? Oh. Wait. Is Twitch chat broken? I don't know. Test. I see. Test. Oh, you know what? It is broken. I didn't pop it out. All right. Twitch chat's working. Sorry, Casey. It'll work now. Wait, I'm confused. Are we talking about the old world? Like the war game? No, I don't know anything about this. So it's like Warhammer Fantasy Role Play. Okay. Obviously, I don't know anything about this. So I wouldn't even know where to look. I typed Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and all I see is this book. So I have no idea what you're talking about. So the answer is no. I do not. Just look up Cubicle 7. Okay. Cubicle 7. Okay. I see Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. I don't know that I see anything. Oh, here we go. The Old World. Oh, okay. So they're making a Warhammer The Old World role-playing game. Interesting. While still making no, Jess, I got hooked. Apparently, they were not talking about this Warhammer Fantasy role-playing game. They're talking about a new Warhammer Fantasy role-playing game book, but in a very strange turn of events, it is made by the same company that is making this, and apparently is still going to continue to produce this, but they are making a new version of the game, which is very interesting. Right. So, by the way, this is a D100 system, kind of based off of, BRP. So.
Anonymous tipped $15. Level appropriate damage.
Thank you, Anonymous. I don't know if you meant to be anonymous. You can go ahead and claim your tip if you want to. Yes, level appropriate damage. I do think Jim Scott. Okay, forgot his name. Okay, it's Jim Scott. Look, Jim Scott, you weren't able to pad your tip goal. Yes, I think we will go with the level appropriate damage. Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll let chat decide, but at some point. Cubicle 7 does have too many role-playing games. And they're all kind of overlapping. Like, there's a Wrath and Glory role-playing game and a Warhammer 40K RPG, and there's an Age of Sigmar RPG, and there's a Warhammer Fantasy RPG, and now there's a Warhammer The Old World role-playing game. It uses a brand new system, a modern and let's go take a look here. Go. So for those of you who don't know, okay, let's also preface this. So a little bit of wargaming lore for you. So the original in the 80s, Games Workshop released Warhammer, a game for fantasy armies, and it's awesome. And Warhammer Fantasy Warhammer Fantasy, which became basically it was just Warhammer. Which beget Warhammer 40K, which of course was, in the far future, the grim future of the grim darkness. There's only war, right? The sci-fi version. Warhammer Fantasy had 8 editions over the course of about 30 years, ending with 8th edition, which was okay. And then they retired it. They said, we are no longer doing Warhammer Fantasy war game. And around that time, Games Workshop also who had always kind of licensed out their RPGs, also created Warhammer 3rd Edition, which was made by Fantasy Flight Games, and it was using what would become the Genesis system. And they switched to this horrible wargaming called Age of Sigmar, which I absolutely, can't stand. What's up, Boothby? Hey, what's going on? Yeah, that's all right, Boothby. You'll probably be up by the time. No. We're not going to go that late. And I never played Age of Sigmar, and I didn't really like it. I tried to get in 40K, and I just couldn't do it. So I just kind of let it die. I messed around with Kings of War and stuff. Anyways, a couple years ago, after the pandemic, Warhammer, or Games Workshop, released a new version of Warhammer Fantasy. Instead of calling it 9th edition, they called it Warhammer The Old World. And the idea was that they went back in time before they fucked up the lore, because they had fucked up the lore. They literally blew up their world as a part of this stupid thing. And they were like, you know what? No one liked that, and it was terrible. Thaddeus Scott says the end times was worse. Yes, fuck Archeon, the Ever-Chosen, and fuck Games Workshop. And so they were like, let's go back to when Warhammer was cool and people actually liked it. So they created Warhammer The Old World, and they created what I consider to be a pretty good set of fantasy rules. Now, at this time, I wasn't really playing Warhammer games anymore. So, I bought it. I own it. I haven't actually gotten any games to the table yet. Mostly because I used to have 8x4 gaming table at my buddy's house that I used to play Warhammer with all the time. We'd play over there and with other people. But when he moved to San Francisco, obviously he sold, a lot of his collection, and obviously we don't have that table anymore. So I don't really have a good place to play, and he had all this terrain stuff, so I don't have that anymore. I have my armies, but in any case, so it looks like they are now creating a role-playing game based off of Warhammer The Old World. And that apparently is, that's it. That's the news here. Here we go. Player's guide. Apparently that's it. That's all they're saying. I guess there's a new game coming out. So I don't know. People are saying it uses a different system. Bretonia, I believe, ended the game with a 5th edition book. It could have been a 6th edition book, but it was either 5th or 6th edition. They didn't get a book, definitely, for the last 2 editions of the game, for sure. Here we go. There is another post. It was 5th. Okay. Sweet book, though. Great cover. Here we go. Introducing the Old World role-playing game. By the way, thanks for making this gigantic freaking banner. Do you want me to buy a PDF or not? The game opens with the Empire leader list. Yada 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 yada. Blah, blah, blah. This is a new game with a new rule system using D10 dice pools. So, like, Roll and Keep, or like Vampire, or World of Darkness, whatever, Chronicles of Darkness. It's easier to learn the basic, making it ideal for introducing new players while having a satisfying breadth and depth for engaging gameplay. Lore is baked into your characters, so players less familiar with the setting will have ways to interact with the world at their fingertips. There's one. Okay, apparently this is still not the one I'm supposed to look at. Okay. There we go. Okay, thank you. It uses a brand new game system, modern and fast-flowing. At the system's core are basic test rules. Rolling a pool of 10-sided dice and counting successes. These situations test your characteristics, like strength and initiative, and the skills that correspond to them, like brawn and awareness. Typically, you roll as many dice as your characteristic. 3 is average, the same as in the Warhammer Old World tabletop wargaming game. I do appreciate that. One of the things that I always liked about at least Warhammer fantasy role play is if you did play the original one, then you knew the stat line of movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, initiative, wounds, attacks, leadership, like the back of your hand. And you look for values that are equal to or lower than your skill rating. Okay, so your character. So this feels. This is kind of I like this. So the characteristic is how many dice you get to roll, and your skill rating determines what you're looking for, less than or equal to. So it's a roll under on your dice. Any successes are enough to achieve the task. So you just need one or more out of your pool. But extra, so that means there's not a DC system. Yeah, it's World of Darkness plus your Zero engine. That's exactly right, Thaddeus. I don't remember what Riddle of Steel uses, Daniel, but maybe it is. But extra successes are relevant if it's important to know how well you've done or if an NPC is contesting your action. So that's definitely how like the Year Zero engine system works. But in Year Zero, you're only looking for 6. I don't think I've seen a roll under dice pool system before. I'm a big fan of roll under systems because I think it's very intuitive and easy. You know what your skill is, and obviously you want, and it, obviously it's like, oh, so you want to roll low, but it's like, it makes more sense because your skills go up. So as your skill goes up, it's better. Okay, here we go though. But we do have a difficulty modifier. Special circumstances may add or remove dice from your pool, just like your Zero engine, though these modifiers apply selectively. These modifiers are designed to reward movement, tactical positioning, specialization, or other narratively exciting action that will make your stories and your games more memorable. I mean, dice pool set by your characteristic, add or subtract dice. So yeah. Well, I don't think it's a blackjack system. It doesn't look like it's a blackjack system. Oh, you're saying you just like roll under blackjack systems in general. Besides ratings in the game's 16 skills, 2 per characteristic. All right, so there's 8 characteristics. I wonder what the characteristics will be. I mean, weapons, movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, initiative, attacks, leadership. I mean, the game does have 8 statistics. I don't know if those are going to be your characteristics, though. That would be a little weird. Characters have other abilities at their disposal. Talents confer special abilities or unique options. Lores represent specialist knowledge. And trappings, like weapons and armor, equip. Oh, there we go. I did not know my 4th edition stat line as well as I knew my band. So is that the same stat line as in this book? Weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, initiative, agility, dexterity, int, willpower, fellowship. Isn't that 9? Yeah, that's 9. So I don't know. Okay. Any of these can provide bonuses on tests, afford opportunities to test in circumstances where you normally couldn't, or skip tests entirely. Combat breaks down the battlefield into zones. It's ordered into rounds and actions. The result is a fast-paced kinetic fights as lethal as you'd expect in battles of the world of legend. Bookkeeping is minimal. Characters make immediate tactical choices, giving ground or suffering a grievous injury, for example. Yeah, it kind of sounds interesting. What I love, okay, is this. Giving ground. So, I mean, it's always one of those things where it's like, it's going to be really annoying. Not annoying, because it's cool. Like when they if they steal something that I've always wanted to put into an RPG, but I've never been able to put into an RPG because I've never designed an RPG. And I've never really thought about how I would do it. I just like the idea of it a lot. It'd be really interesting if they do this here, which I kind of really like. So let's take a detour to the world of Excalibur. So I want to really quickly talk about, you killed a PC. I'm sure people will be bitching. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure they'll be totally fine with it. They probably have enough experience now they can get a res, right? Not quite the whiteboard, but so I want to talk about a game that I always thought was really, 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 really cool. And it was called the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game. So let's make our good guy, let's make his background green. Okay. And then let's make this guy, Gondor. Oh, that's really messed up. Nope. Oh, Excalibur. I wish you weren't awkward sometimes. Okay. All right. Gondor. All right. So, we can't really see. There we go. Okay. So, in the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game, and I'm explaining to you how the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game works, by the way. So, we'll probably do some other stuff, but okay. Okay. So the way that the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game worked was every character had a fight score, okay? And then you had a strength score and a defense score, okay? Oh, and then you had attacks. There's other scores, but we're just going to ignore that for right now. Now, the way that most basic monsters worked is they had one attack, right? So, like your basic foot soldier type character had one attack. There might be, bigger creatures like a troll would have multiple attacks. A hero might have multiple attacks. But for right now, let's just assume that all the attacks are at one. So, what we're going to do is we're going to say that our Gondorian soldier, okay, has a fight value of 4. We're just making this up here. They have a strength of 3, and they have a defense of 5. Okay? So that's our Gondorian soldier. And here's our orc. And we'll say that the orc has a fight of 3, a strength of 3, and a defense of 3. All right? Awesome. Okay. So the way that this game worked, which was really, really cool, which I really, really liked, is normally in Warhammer, you had all these like tables and you had to like cross-reference them. So you had to like look up the character's strength and you had to compare it to the character's toughness, right? And, it wasn't like the most like incredibly intuitive thing. I should also add, by the way, normal, troops like our characters also only had 1 wound, right? So you take 1 wound, you're dead. All right. So the way you fought was really, well, for starters, the way the battlefield control worked was really, really interesting. Most basic creatures were on a 1-inch circular base. And from your 1-inch circular base, your character, essentially, if you would, projected, okay, your character from your 1-inch circular base projected a 1-inch radius sphere of control, if you will, okay? And the basic rule was that my Gondorian soldier could not, if my Gondorian soldier entered into that 1-inch sphere of your control, basically it's the width of a base, right? Because the bases were 1 inch. So actually our sphere of control would actually be a little bit bigger in our scale here, right? Okay. So we could put this there or something. Okay. So our Gondor soldier can't just do this. And the way movement worked is, you used a ruler, you used a ruler or tape measure, right? So my Gondorian character's movement might be 4 inches. So my character can move 4 inches. In other words, if my Gondor soldier once my Gondor soldier entered into the orc's sphere of control, okay, he had to close to base contact with the orc, right? Until the base is touched. So this way, if you could imagine a battlefield, let's say we've got 2 orcs, or maybe, so there's 2 orcs, and these orcs are, kind of guarding. And I want to break through the orcs line, okay? And I've got 4 Gondorian soldiers. Well, I can't just walk between the orcs because the orcs are projecting this control zone, if you will. But my first Gondorian soldier can go in, and once he hits the orc's sphere of control, he has to continue in and base-to-base contact, so he does that. And then my second Gondorian soldier does the same with this orc. And as the orc gets based up, it loses its control zone. So now my remaining 2 Gondorian soldiers can slip through the gap, right? Because the other 2 Gondorian soldiers have sort of engaged the orcs, and now they lose their control zone, and now my other Gondorian soldiers can slip through the gaps. Does that make sense? Additionally, I mean, if I wanted to, I could also, start double teaming the orcs or even triple teaming the orcs. But, let's say I was trying to break through their lines. So this is kind of a really cool way that they dealt with. And I should point out this was like a skirmish style game. Anyways, so we'll get back to our fights later on. So the way that this basically worked, which was really, really cool, is each side rolled a d6. And so the evil player would roll a d6, and the Gondorian or the good player would roll a d6. Okay? And whoever rolled higher won the fight for the round. So if our orc rolled a 4 and our Gondor soldier rolled a 5, Gondor wins. Okay? Gondor wins the fight. If the orc rolled a 5, or let's say that the orc rolled a 6, now the orc won. And if they tied, okay, then you compared their fight scores. And whoever had the higher fight score would win on a tie. So in the result of a tie, because our Gondorian soldier's fight skill is 4 and our orc's fight skill is 3, the Gondorian soldier would win on a tie. And then the answer, when you won a fight, what happened is the orc would be driven back 1 inch, okay? And as the orc fell back, my Gondorian soldier would get to basically strike at him. And I would roll a d6. I would add my character's strength value to their, score. And then if I rolled a equal to or greater than the creature's defense, they would die. If the fight score was the same, I believe it was a tie and nobody won. And I think you just both broke apart and nobody did damage to either person. I think. It's been a long time since I played it. So very basic. It's just d6 plus a number. And if it's higher than the creature, so defense 5 or defense 3 is pretty low. So we'll go defense 5 here. The orc will be a tough guy. So, so if the orc, if the orc loses the fight, then it falls back. My Gondorian soldier rolls a 4. He adds his strength 3. He gets a 7 total, which is equal to or higher than the orc's thing. And then the orc is killed. Okay. Orc is killed. Now, if the orc isn't killed, then they get pushed back and that's it. That's the end of that fight, right? It's like a clash. The orc falls back, but they're not necessarily killed. Now, what's cool about this, okay, there you go. There's apparently the answer. I thought maybe it was whoever had the initiative, actually, Sunhawk, but maybe you're right. You sound like you're much more familiar with the game than me. One of the cool things that can happen in the game, which I really like, is let's say that we have a contingent of we're attacking the orcs, right? So Gondor comes here, Gondor comes here, Gondor comes here, Gondor comes here. And let's say I win all of these fights, right? But I don't actually manage to kill the orcs. Maybe the orcs are really heavily armored. Maybe they're Uruk-hai, right? And their shields, their armor is thick and their shields are broad. Well, what's going to be cool is the orcs are still going to get like pushed back, So there's still this like sense of you like driving the orcs back, which I think is really, really cool. But what gets really, really cool is if the orcs can't fall back, then you get to make double the number of attacks on them when they fall back. So what that means, for example, is if the orcs end up against a wall and our Gondorian soldiers engage the orcs, or maybe like a wall or a battlement, another line of soldiers, and let's say all of our Gondor soldiers win. Well, the orcs can't fall back the full distance. Okay, so what ends up happening then is instead of rolling 1 die to try to kill the orcs, okay, and by the way, in this fight, because we had 2 Gondorian soldiers, we would be rolling 2d6 because they each have 1 attack. They would roll double. So this Gondorian soldier would roll 2d6. This Gondorian soldier would roll 2d6. These 2 Gondorian soldiers would roll 4d6 to see if they can strike down the orc and kill it. And what this means is not only does that mean if you push them back into a wall or something they can't fall back into, but also if you can manage to surround your enemy in such a way that there's no way that it can fall back without clipping into your models, it is also surrounded. And then when you beat this orc in combat, you would get to double the number of attacks that you would make to kill it. So anyways, the long story short of it is, there's a lot of times in this game where like people are fighting, and when they lose, they're just they're falling back. And as long as they can fall back, they're safer. And so it gives you this sense of like shifting tides of battle. And the reason I think that's really interesting, going back to this, is one of the changes that they made in the old world wargaming rules was in the original Warhammer for Endless Editions, the melee armies smashed, and then you fought until one side broke, and when they broke, they ran away completely. They either stayed to the bitter end, right, and you kept fighting, or they would fail the morale check and they would flee. Well, in the new game, there's an in-between option, and it's called falling back. So when you lose the fight, your unit gets pushed back, and you can fall back in good order, or you can fall back in a little bit of chaos. It's not necessarily straight to you break, you flee. It's a full route. Your unit is completely disorganized and flees and run away. And so you get a lot more. I've watched a lot of battle reports of the new game. You get a lot more of this feeling of like these masses of troops sort of pushing in and pushing out. But I also think it's really cool from a simulationist perspective, because if you are battling, with weapons, shields, spears, or whatever, if you can give ground, it makes it a lot easier. If you're willing to or able to give ground, it makes it a lot easier not to get killed in a fight, right? Because when an enemy comes in to attack you, all you have to do is back up. And as long as you can keep backing up, in theory, you can never be killed. But it's a great way to sort of like fight your way, push your way into situations. Like, think about the classic example of a dungeon where, I don't know how many oftentimes you guys played 3rd edition, but, I played 3rd edition a lot. And, I was young and naive, and I didn't know what I was doing as much, maybe, as I do now. And so you might have a situation, classic situation, where there's like, there's a room, there's a room, and it's got some orcs in it, and there's a doorway right here, right? And the PCs open the doorway, and so, your PCs are here, and there's orcs inside the room, and the orcs win initiative, or some of the whatever, a couple of orcs win the initiative, and the orcs, they go into melee, and maybe these orcs, they're just, I guess, standing back, or maybe they're throwing javelins or something like that, and the other party members are just like stuck in the thing, and nobody moves until the orcs die or the Gondorians die, or until the orcs just like fully die. Now, this is cool because like the orcs can actually hold they can hold the doorway against maybe a much larger PC force or a guardian force. But I love the idea that, maybe your big barbarian in the front row is, he's tag teaming with his dwarf fighter ally, and they maybe don't kill the orcs right away, right? But the orcs have to give ground. They're pushed back, and then your party starts to fight your way into the room, and you start to like push into the orcs, and the orcs start falling back as your party starts, coming in and clearing out the way, it kind of breaking through, if you will, the orcs line, and sort of creating this interesting force. This orc gets pushed into the corner, and then, boom, he's killed because he can't like fall back. And so as long as the orcs are able to keep like falling back, and you're able to keep that pressure on, like, you can create this cool situation where there's a lot more of this dynamic little micro movement. Now, I have no idea how they're going to do it, and I have no idea if that's what they are going to do. but it would be cool if they were. Because again, I'm really just thinking about, number one, their rules from the new version. It's a couple years old now, but there are new rules from the old world involving routing, and the way that the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game was a GW game. It was a Games Workshop game. So even though this is being made by Cubicle 7, I mean, I assume that there's some DNA there or some sharing of ideas. It'd be really, really, really cool if they did this. And I have always, always, always wanted to do this. Now, the truth is, there is a game that does this. Do you know what game it is? I mean, there might be more than other games. There's a role-playing game that does this, but do you know which one it is? No, it might be Hackmaster. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know Rollmaster that well. Fair enough. No. The game that does it is Hackmaster. Now, I don't know if this will be in here because this is Hackmaster Basic. But I don't think it's going to be in here because this is Hackmaster Basic. I don't know if I have Hackmaster full support on Hackmaster. But yeah, so in Hackmaster, so that's Hackmaster Basic. This is Hackmaster Advanced. In Hackmaster Advance, you have an option. I think it's called Give Ground. Yep, it's called Give Ground. I can't believe I fucking remember this shit. I am a fucking nerd. All right. So, here on this wall of text, give ground. When an opponent rolls its, so Hackmaster has opposed defense versus attacker, right? So the attacker rolls a d20 and adds their bonus. The defender rolls a d20 and adds their defense bonus, and whatever. Whoever wins higher, wins the pair off. So it's an opposed to die roll for attack. Give ground. When an opponent rolls its attack die, a defender can opt to retreat backwards to gain a +5 to his defense roll, but a -1 to his next attack roll. The attacker can choose to automatically advance or press forward with this rearward movement, but doing so does not mitigate the defensive advantage. Of course, if the defender doesn't have room to retreat, he cannot give ground. So basically, you could think of it in D20 terms. Imagine if when an opponent went to attack you, you had an option to basically fall back 10 feet, 2 squares. And in exchange, you got +5 to your AC, right? Or, +5 to your defensive roll. And now the attacker can choose to stay where they are. And obviously, they'll miss because you're now 10 feet away. Or they could choose to, for free, move forward 10 feet. So they are pushing you back and they are keeping up with you. Okay. But you're going to have a much higher defense. Now, of course, your counterattack is going to be lessened. You have a penalty to your next attack roll. But the key thing there is if you run out of places to fall back because you run into a wall, there's a pit behind you, you have enemy combatants or people you can't move through, now you can't fall back, So I think that's really, really cool because then you get this like mid-combat movement that you never get to see in most D20 games. And so like if we were playing this as a D20 game and we imagined that, these... we imagine that these things here were actually, squares, and these were PCs. So like when we're fighting this orc and our fighter comes in to attack the orc, as the GM, our GM might say, okay, the orc is going to give ground. It's going to fall back 10 feet. And the guy, you, the fighter, say, okay, I'm going to press the attack and keep moving forward. And I'm still going to make my attack. And the orc does get +5 to his AC or +5 to its defense roll for this attack because, he was falling back. But you get this cool, like, micro movement. And it's not as deliberate. Or it's not as static. And then, of course, obviously the orc won't be able to attack as well next turn. And obviously the orc can no longer fall back because there's nowhere to fall back to. And I just think that's really cool. I've always thought that would be, it's very fiddly. I will admit that. Now, they're talking about doing this as a zone-based combat and using this. So I don't know. That's interesting. TLDR, I'm going to buy it. So, I mean, that sounds sweet. I have no idea what they're going to do, but I will say I absolutely love the art. It looks like Warhammer Fantasy role-playing art, but it's not quite as grim. I can definitely feel like what I think they're trying to do here, if I had to guess, is they want to create a Warhammer game that is more appealing to people who are not bought into, because Warhammer has two big hurdles. One, it's an ancient D100 BRP system, and it's got all the bells and whistles that come with it. So it can be kind of complicated and crunchy and lots of D100 fiddliness, which a lot of people don't like. Number two, it's known for being very lethal and grim and, brutal. And three, there's a lot of lore that goes into Warhammer. You wouldn't want to sit down and play a Warhammer game with like me and like Thaddeus or something, because, we'd be like, oh, wow, this is a Elven Way Watcher. Oh, it's a Black Orc of Kazakh Rum. So what they did say here is that they're trying to like bake the lore more into your character sheet. What did they say here? I don't remember where they said it, but they basically said like, we're trying to make it so that, you could, make it not as punishing for not knowing how the game works. Now if it's like the old world, the new Wargaming, which came out a couple years ago, it is set, quote unquote, a couple hundred years ago. Yeah. So this is long before the end times, Archeon, the Everchosen. This might be back during like the Grom, the Paunch era, all that other stuff. So it is the same timeline as the war game, which is really, really cool, I think, as well. Which is cool for its own reason. So it's interesting that this game is getting made at all, but the art style definitely has, it almost has kind of doesn't it kind of have a Free League look to it? Doesn't it kind of have like a little bit of like a Vaesen Free League look to it? I think it does. This girl here really looks, number one, I think this female knight with the battle axe looks incredible. I think that is a awesome I think that is an awesome character, an awesome piece of work of art. Yeah, this is before Karl Franz's empire, right? They said the empire's in chaos. There's no emperor, so it's not quite the old world that many of us are used to. Yeah. Free League plus the 5th edition army book covers. Yeah. It's very cool. I had no idea that this was coming out. Good job, Cubicle 7. But I'm interested. Oh, well, yes, the elves have existed forever, basically. The only race that's older than the elves in fantasy is, I think, the lizardmen. The lizardmen were the original servitors of the old ones. But like the elves were like the chosen children of the old ones, but the lizardmen were like the actual original servants. Okay. I hate the lizardmen, by the way, but anyways, that's just me. But this is cool. I mean, there's still like, some of that old world goodness. I mean, like you could see here, there's this imperial, swordsman, and he's, shanking this orc. Actually, it looks like a black orc. Pretty sure that's a black orc. Any case, he's shanking it through like the breastplate. You can see the sword stabbing out the back. So I don't know. I'm a fan of this art. I'm a fan of this system. It sounds like it'll be really cool. We'll see. My first army was lizardmen. Why do you hate them? It's a great question. I for some of the same reason that you don't like fantasy races. I just felt like lizardmen weren't part of what I considered to be the core fantasy game. They were very not Tolkien. They had this weird Aztec aesthetic, which I felt really strange about. I also didn't like the Tomb Kings of Khemri. I loved the Vampire Counts, but I hated the Tomb Kings of Khemri because why are there Egyptian pharaohs, in my medieval Europe fantasy war game, you know. I also didn't like the Lizardmen because they were kind of like they were kind of boring, you know. They were like they just kind of like okay at everything, and they were cold-blooded, which was annoying. And yeah, anyways. Yeah, VC was sweet. I love VC. I thought the VC armies were awesome. Tomb Kings are badass. I'm not saying that I don't think I thought they were a cool army. Like I get it. I'm just saying I just didn't like them. You know, obviously my favorites, that would be tough. If you had to like that's like choosing between my children. Like, do I like the dwarves or the high elves better? I mean, I probably had more points and models of high elves because they were just much more expensive, and I bought a lot of dragons. It's tough. It's tough if I prefer high elves or dwarves, but those were my babies. Anyways, didn't know about this game, but it does seem interesting. So I don't know. Do we have any sort of information? Is this like coming out of Gen Con or something? I don't know. I mean, Brett's were cool. Smith had a Brett army. He never really played that much. Tim had Dark Elves. My buddy had just Chaos. Ironically, the one force of Chaos he didn't like, he loved demons. So my three main armies were High Elves, Dwarves, and Orcs and Goblins. My buddy's main armies were Warriors of Chaos, Demons of Chaos, and Empire and Skaven. So he had more armies than me. But I also had some Wood Elves, and I was starting to get into Beastmen. I thought Beastmen were really cool. He hated Beastmen, but I thought Beastmen were cool. That was like the only Forces of Chaos list that I liked was the Beastmen. Dogs of War were cool, but they were just a little bit too like unthemed for me, for my personal taking. I thought the Ogres were cool. They obviously came very late in the game, but okay, this is as hot off the presses as it gets. All right, well, there we go. Breaking news. Which is fine, you know, if your campaign is set as like a Bretonnian crusader force going to the ancient desert sands of Khemri, and now you're fighting, you know, this. But, you know, they don't. Is there a Necron equivalent for fantasy? Yeah, the Necron equivalent for fantasy would probably be like the Tomb Kings, because they're mostly just like skeletons, which is basically what the Necrons are, basically space skeletons, right? So, yeah, Tomb Kings. I mean, they don't have the bomb-ass regeneration, whatever it's called. I can't remember what the Necron ability is called, where they just reassemble. Okay, full stop. Although I did hate one of my favorite things in fantasy ever is so for those of you who don't know, Warhammer Fantasy is just a kind of a fantasy analog of Earth. And there is a country, which is the old world is basically Europe. And in the southwest of the old world, there is a country called Bretonia with, you know, which is France, but mixed with King Arthur. So it's like if King Arthur was in France. And so you have all of these like Arthurian legends, but put into this very, very, very feudal system. And of course, because it's Warhammer, nothing is nice. And this is a brutal world where the feudal system is like in mass effect, to the point where the standard profile of most normal men or women in Warhammer is weapon skill 3, strength 3, toughness 3. Bretonnian peasants are so underfed and inbred and malnourished that their stats are like 2s. They're more like ratkin slaves than people, because like it's such a brutal feudal system. And like the knights are literally like, you know, 1.5 feet taller because they have like this, like they get all the food and they get all the genetic information. Anyways, one of my favorite things about the Bretonnian army is that they don't use war machines. They don't use cannons. They don't use this. They did include the trebuchet, but as a result of it, they had this world army effect called the Blessing of the Lady. And the Blessing of the Lady gave them a ward save, which is like an invulnerable save against really high strength attacks, aka opposing war machines. Where it got really powerful against opposing war machines. But to get it, you had to pray for the lady's blessing. And so the Bretonnian army, as of when I used to play against it, would literally, you wouldn't roll to see who would get first. the Bretonnian army would always give their opponent the first turn because the entire Bretonnian army basically would dismount and pray. And they would pray to the lady for protection and for guidance. And so they basically gave up their chance to have a first turn by praying for this blessing. You didn't always have to pray for the blessing because against depending on what your army was, if the army you were facing didn't have high strength weapons, you didn't need it. You could still roll. But against like an army like the dwarves or something like that, they would always pray. And I thought that was so cool and so flavorful and so fun. And you'd shoot a cannonball at a unit of knights, and it would just miss. It would bounce off. It would do something. It was just so cool. It was so thematic and awesome, and the lance formation was really cool. And obviously, it was one of the most beautiful armies to see on the table, just because it was so, just so pretty. Because of all the beautiful miniatures, especially when people would really go, all out and just, create these incredible, where every knight had their own, bit of detail on their barding and their heraldry and their coat of arms, because every knight was like an individual knight. And that was so cool. So actually what you're seeing here in the middle are called questing knights. These are knights who have given up their lance and they wield a great sword instead, because they are questing for the Holy Grail and to try to drink from the Holy Grail. And there were 3 categories of knights, technically 4 categories of knights, but there were errantry knights who were like young knights who were trying to prove themselves in battle. Knights of the Realm were like your generic everyday knights. Questing knights were knights who had given up their lance in order to go quest for the Holy Grail and to find it and to drink from it. And then there were Grail knights, which were knights who had drank from the Holy Grail. And these knights were basically, they were literally individual units, but like they were basically like superheroes. I mean, look at obviously this person's an insane painter, but like just awesome. And so once you had drunk from the Grail, your heraldry would include a Grail motif or a Grail image. And these guys were basically like mini heroes. In fact, every Grail knight, I think, could issue challenges. They were awesome. Hey, what's up, Cal?
Cal Dayrock tipped $5. 40k. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Milk for the Corn Flags.
Not a fan of 40k. I'll take your tip, but I played it and I just wasn't as impressed. It was just so much. To me, 40k was so much less about tactics and so much more about army building, which I didn't like. And I felt like you won or lost a game of 40k in the army build, which I just didn't like. I mean, these Bretonnian. I mean, my God, look at these. Look at this. Look at these. Look at this art. Look at the painting on this. That's so cool. And the other thing too is, Knights of the Realm, Grail Knights literally caused fear because their eyes glowed with like ethereal radiance. Remember we were doing Daggerheart the other day and we talked about the Seraph, and the winged Seraph had that expert ability where they could, they made the enemy fear them. Anyways, so like this person obviously drew like even the horse's eyes are like glowing with like an ethereal blue, green, teal radiance. So sweet. Just beautiful. Specialization. Thank you, Avison. I know it was called Foundation something and then Mastery specialization. Yeah, all their attacks were magical. They had multiple attacks. They were pretty sweet. Oh yeah, they could kill ghosts. They could they attack demons. Didn't get a ward save. They were pretty sweet. You love 40k and fuck Warhammer. All right. You know what? To each their own. I still have my my Ultramarine somewhere. I don't know. The Old World Army books. I didn't notice in my dwarf book that there was any less gunpowder. So. Oh, no, fantasy, fantasy, and not law. Okay, got it. So you're saying I love 40k and fantasy Warhammer. Gotcha. You weren't saying fuck Warhammer. Got it. 40k was cool. Again, I just felt like the game, I mean, the lore, I think the lore of 40K is amazing. I love it. I mean, the whole thing of like Slaneesh's birth, like, because like I learned about the fall of the Eldar first, and then I learned about the Eye of Terror, and it was only later that I learned about that it was the birth cry of Slaanesh that tore open the Eye of Terror, and that caused the death of the Eldar, and it was the Eldar themselves and their decadence which led to the birth of Slaanesh. So cool. Honestly, so Runeforge is kind of confirming what I thought. There's still tons of fun powder and tech in the old world, but I wish there was less. I kind of wish there was less too. Like, I would be okay with like the dwarves having cannon, but like, or maybe even the Empire having cannon, but maybe not like the organ gun or the volley blast, the Hellblaster volley gun, like the stuff that's like really over the top, you know? Are dark elves in fantasy necromancers or vampires? Neither. They cast dark magic, so they don't really cast. They're not vampires or necromancers. To be clear, only the dwarves have a gyrocopter, and I also don't like the gyrocopter, but I use the shit out of it because the dwarves literally were one of the lowest mobility armies in the entire game. They didn't have cavalry, they didn't have monsters, they didn't have flying units. And so the only thing that you got that let you sort of, you know, have a fast mover or do movement interdiction was gyrocopters. And so I did have gyrocopters in my dwarf army, even though I didn't love them, but because I needed them, you know. This is true. Yeah, the Karl Franz. Well, I mean, right? That I mean, like yeah, that is true. Karl Franz had a great friendship with the dwarves, and they shared with him the secret of gunpowder. So I don't know. We'll see what they do. You know, I played. So again, we talked about games that I own. I don't know if I actually have. Let me see if I can check it out. I think I was playing this before Steam, maybe. So I played the crap out of Total War. So Total War Rome is one of my all-time favorite games of all time. I liked Total War Medieval. I like Total War Rome. I like Total War. What's it called? Total War Samurai. I don't remember what it's called. I liked all the Total Wars. The first Total War I remember not liking was like Total War Revolution or like Total War Empire. That's what it was called. Total War Empire. So, now I don't have a lot of time on this, but here, like for me, Total War Shogun. So for me, I'm looking at my Total War. This is my Steam account. Total War Warhammer 2. Playtime, 900 hours. So I played a lot of Total War Warhammer 2. I have not bought Total War 3, Warhammer 3. So I have no idea. I have not played in 3 at all. So, the armies didn't interest me. I don't really care about Ogre Kingdoms, and I didn't really care about Cathay and whatever. Didn't they have the Chaos Dwarfs too? Or was that like a DLC? I never really cared about the Chaos Dwarfs anyways. Nothing, Pepper. We're just literally shooting the shit and talking a lot about Warhammer. I bet they're cool. I bet they have some interesting things, but you know, yeah. Any case, and also I should point out that with all those games, Total War, Warhammer 1 and 2, I never really played the campaign. I only just played the mortal or immortal empires and just, you know, did my own thing, sandboxed it.
Shadram tipped $5. What's happening August 22nd this year? Is that when Paizo released their tribute to Battlecry? Smiley face emoji.
I think so. Somebody was saying that Starfinder comes out at Gen Con, so that Battlecry will probably come out after Gen Con. So yeah, maybe August 20. If they release Battlecry, because Gen Con's like August 1st. If they released Battlecry on August 22nd, I will respect them so much, because then I will know that they were fucking with me deliberately, and I would be so here for it. I would kind of love that. And by the way, if you think that that's not possible, just remember that Joshua Birdsong was a member of our Patreon for a very long time, and he works there now, so he could totally be in on that, and he would love to just get me like that, and I would respect the hell out of him for it. could always auto resolve. But to be clear, I mean, I love. No. John Bonanza works. No. This is Joshua. Why can't I remember Joshua's last name? I don't remember his name. What's up, Brooke? An NR player, GM Scott. A big NR season 1 and I think season 2 player. What up, DR Mup? Populous.
DR Metropolis tipped $3. I play for the over-the-top Warhammer Fantasy. Hero Hammer we called it. Just single models duking it out in the middle of the board with chaff watching. Lizardmen and Wood Elf player here.
Yeah, see, I did not like Hero Hammer. I played during the era when the Demons of Chaos were really broken and Warhammer and the Warriors of Chaos were really broken, and my buddy played them, and they had like a Sorcerer Lord on a disc of Tzeentch with like a gift of Tzeentch and a like armor of fortune. Like he had like a 1+ rerollable armor save with a 3+ ward save that he rerolled ones on. So like you had to hit him with a high enough strength thing to basically ignore his armor save, because otherwise he had a 1+ rerollable armor save. And then he had a 3+ ward save, which failed on a 1 or a 2, but he got to reroll the 1. So it was like impossible to kill this thing. And I just hated it. I don't like Hero Hammer at all. I mean, Civ's good. I haven't played it since like, I don't know, Civ 4 or something, Civ 3. It's been a long time since I played Civ. I didn't enjoy it as much. Just confirming it is Birdsong. I didn't know if that was his actual last name, but no, Josh is good people. And he was one of our OG KOLC, Northern Reaches champs. And I respect the hell out of him, and that he got a job there, I think is awesome. Oh, well, actually, Thaddeus, look what I got today. Came in the mail. Ooh, I got my core set. Cool. It's time like this, I wish I had finally gotten that top-down rig. Man, I can't believe how cheap this thing was for how heavy it is. 366-page rulebook and 279 cards in a magnetic clasp box. That's so cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm going to show you the cards. That's how you get the views. Still waiting for mine. Yeah, I was like, when they said it, I was like, I have no idea when I'm getting this thing, but it came. I got a notification today. When I got back home, it was here. So there we go. There's the slip cover, and it now Ryan from our Discord did an unboxing of his limited edition collector's edition. Let me tell you something. I am sad I did not buy that, okay? It is incredible looking. And I love the cover of the limited edition. I never love the covers of limited editions. I want the cover of that limited edition so bad. So bad. So it's got a slip cover. Comes off. So you got a box here. And it's got that new smell. And this is a magnetic clasp. So it like, you can kind of see the magnets, but like it got that nice satisfying. And then this opens up, and then here are the card trays. And then the book is in a separate thing. So that's pretty cool. And it is very nice. The quality is very high. They even have a purple gold ribbon in there, a multicolored ribbon. Got a nice little ribbon action going on. Oh, they have 2 ribbons. 2 ribbons, 1 purple, 1 gold. You gotta love it. Oh, the new book smell is nice. It also has kind of it kind of has like a board game new book smell. Kind of smells like it smells like when you open up a board game box, actually, a little bit, which is kind of funny because people are like, it's so board gamey. And I'm like, it kind of smells like a board game. It actually smells more like a new board game. Maybe because of the plastic. Step 1, put the cards in a binder. Actually, it's a really good idea. I should totally put the cards in a binder. Is it a tabletop game? It is, but it's an RPG. Is there any texture to the paper? Let's see here. No, not quite a Magic the Gathering smell. But it definitely says. Is there any cover to the texture of the paper? This is a smooth, slightly glossy. The lettering is more glossy, but the paper, no, the paper is smooth matte with maybe a little bit of a sheen, almost like a satin sheen to it. Actually, as I look at it. By the way, I know we didn't really talk about the ancestors, but I will say, I do love the sketch art in this book on top of the color pieces. I actually am almost a bigger fan of sketch art like this. I think it actually looks really, really good. So beautiful book. If I would have known I was going to like the game as much as I did, I would definitely have bought in the limited edition. I was drooling over Ryan's. It looks amazing. Well, the main thing is the cover of, like, I think this is cool, this movie poster cover. But the Dagger Heart limited edition cover. The limited edition cover is just freaking on another level. So here, So this is our full wrap standard edition, which again is totally awesome. It's totally fine. You got your kind of hero shot here. But this is the limited edition cover. And obviously this is the front page. So you get this awesome the front cover has this amazing like yin yang kind of duality, fear, hope, the gold, the orangey gold versus the sort of crimson, the magenta-y, purpley black, with the swirls in between. It has a much more painterly style to it, which I think looks just absolutely incredible. This is insane. Like, this is an incredible piece of art, and I love it so much. I'm kind of dying that I don't have it. So this is really, really good. Pumpkin says, I love the sketch art as well. It reminds me of, D&D 3rd edition. Yeah, totally. D&D 3rd edition used to have that such sketch style art as well, and Lockwood did some of that stuff, and I loved it as well. Don't get me wrong. I love like the One Ring 2nd edition books because they've got that kind of like canvasy texture to the covers. It makes them feel like old books, like old fiction, like an old copy from like the 1930s of like Moby Dick or something like that. But it's got a glossiness of it. So here is our card set. Let me open it up here, actually. And looks like they are. Now remember, I know my way around a card or two. So this is nice. The back has the symbol. So this is a blade card, obviously. And then, oh no, I'm sorry, bone. This is bone for some odd reason. This is the one that we really don't understand, and it's the weird one that's causing us all sorts of problems. The feel. Let me see here. I can't just feel it. So the backs are really sweet. It's almost kind of sad to put this in there. They are very high quality. I mean, I remember I own hundreds of board games. I've played tens of thousands of hours of Magic the Gathering. These are thick stock. There's a glossiness to them. This is like really, really high quality. Yeah, this is a really thick stock of card. This is not cheap at all. It's got that same kind of slightly satin look. This is These are nice. These are very nice. Yeah, I'm a fan. It's almost kind of sad when you have cards like this, and there's so little rules text. It's just you just kind of end up feeling like you wasted the card, you know. Now, again, for the millionth trillionth time, you don't actually need these cards to play the game. The book has all of these powers written down, and you could just write them on your character sheet like it was normal. You know, the same way that you write down your feats in Pathfinder 2, or, you know, you write down your whatever. In any game, you could just do the same exact thing. The cards are just to make it easier, because in this game, you do have the ability to, at rests, or even during the thing, you can swap them in and out of your active and your inactive. So it'd be like it'd be like playing Pathfinder 2, and you had, you know, 15 feats, but you could only have 5 of them or 6 of them active at a time, and the rest were sort of in reserve. And you could just totally mark on your character sheet with like a little X, like which feats were active, and then if you did change some of your active feats, you would just change it. I mean, again, it's no different than the combat flexibility of the fighter, right? So, which you already is a thing in Pathfinder 2, or, you know, being a wizard and changing what spells you have prepared today. It's literally the same process. Or being a cleric and taking different spells the next day. Yeah, so it's just like prepared spell casting. So it's the same thing. So yeah, Bone has confused everyone. Actually, let's see if I have it back here. Do I have it? Or did I move it? Oh, I must have moved it. I was going to have my favorite, my finders of spell counters. So that is the way that Smith has always played since as far back as I can remember. Once they started making spell cards, the way that Smith, when he had a wizard, Smith would get a binder, like a card binder, like you would use for, you know, baseball cards or Magic the Gathering cards. And as his wizard would acquire spells and put them into his spell book, Smith would take the cards out of the spell box and put them into his spell book. And then at the beginning of the day, he would, you know, or after a long rest, Smith would flip through his spell book and pull out the cards that he was preparing today and basically placing into his memory, you know? And I always thought that was sweet. You know, I thought that was really, really awesome. Junderland, I did see, I meant to actually give you a shout out, buddy. Thank you for the super thanks. That was really awesome. I've just been super, super busy. I was a hater of the game before for reasons I didn't understand it. That's the reason. After your first look, I think I'll be getting the collector's edition tomorrow. Good luck. I don't know if it might be sold out. I think it's kind of sold out. Lugs, I agree. I mean, I think I like tactile. I mean, you don't need it. You could just write it down on your character sheet like everybody else and just call it what it is. But I like tactile accessories. You know, I like little counters, and I like little, again, when we play Pathfinder 2, we use glass beads to represent focus points. So if a character has 2 focus points, we have 2 little glass beads in front of us. And during an encounter, as I use my focus points, I'll take one of those glass beads and I'll, you know, put it, you know, in the middle of the table or in a little bowl or, you know, off to the side. And then I'm like, oh, I'm down to 1 focus point. And then once I get an opportunity to refocus, I'll fill it back up to 2 or 3 or whatever my focus point pool is. I like that. Now you could just use a pencil and eraser. You could just totally do it. But using a pencil or eraser or using focus points, little glass beads, it's the same thing. You're just tracking information. So, do I ever think that I will play Quest for the Frozen Flame again? Is it Kawe Mata? I will break down for you 3 things. One is that when I do an actual play like that, I split my profits from the stream with my players so that they make money too. So that means that an actual play like that will always make me less money than if I just, you know, streamed by myself. So let's say I stream by myself and I get $50 in tips. Then Derek gets $50, which is great because I rely on this channel for my income. But if I have 4 players or 5 players, there's 6 of us, I get $10. So already I'm making less. The second problem is that those streams take a lot more work than a normal stream. I create an overlay. I've got to arrange for players to show up. I need to have a more complicated system. Usually we have custom loading screens. We have custom overlays, custom music, not to mention the work of getting the adventure into Foundry and setting all this up. So it's just a lot more work and effort. And again, that money is being split 4 ways or 5 ways or 6 ways. And third, and the most important, the money and the views are less than just a normal stream. So if my actual plays got twice as many views and twice as many tips, it would still be a loss for me because I'd be dividing it 5 ways. But it's not. It actually is less views and less tips than even a normal stream. So while I love playing actual plays like Quest for the Frozen Flame or our Root actual play, the truth of the matter is they are just like a financial burden for me. It almost costs me money to do it. And it's just not for right now in my situation. It just doesn't make any economic sense for me because I need to make a living off of this channel. It's tough, so I don't think so. Now we do a Torchbearer series, which you can watch, but that's because those are with some of my high tier patrons who are paying a good chunk of change to get the high tier. They get these golden tickets. They can cash their golden tickets in order to play games with me or Bob or something like that. So that's a situation where the money that I'm making is coming directly from my patrons. And so it's worth it for me to, play games with them because number one, it's fun and I like them. But 2, they are paying for it with their own money. And 3, we can record it and show it onto YouTube. And I don't care how many views it gets because it's already kind of been paid for, Yeah, but Bone doesn't make any sense. I don't even know why it's called Bone. Bone should have been called Tactics or Discipline or something. Cal says, Torchbearer is interesting in a way that PF2 just isn't for streaming. Lol, I don't know why. I don't know why either. I'm running the game, so I haven't actually watched our episodes, so I can't say that. There are definitely people who are really interested in the Torchbearer game. I think it's because people enjoy watching the players try to solve the puzzle of what do we prioritize? How do we deal with this? Every decision is very impactful and very meaningful. And I think that makes it maybe a little bit more compelling because it does feel like you're under the gun at all points in time. If you get into a conflict, it's a kill conflict. It's very dangerous. Literally, even if you lose a little bit, you could have characters die. I do tend to believe that, grid-based combat, while fun to play, may not be the most exciting thing to watch. Jess says, in my opinion, if you do AP again, it would be better to do a short mini-series bouncing through different games and doing videos afterwards, dissecting how the mechanics played out at the table. I think that's exactly right. I don't know how long short is. I mean, when we did Quest for the Frozen Flame, it was 10 episodes. And that was to go through from level 1 to 4 and to go through the first module of the AP. So, I don't know how long short is, but I feel like it probably has to be less than 10. The problem still is, and will still remain to be, that even if I did that, I mean, people aren't going to watch it. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, it's just the way it is. Gen Con DB. Again, not to beat a dead, not to beat a dead horse here, but these are all the role-playing games at Gen Con. And, we've talked about some of these games, we've featured some of these games. And obviously Dungeons and Dragons has 1,246. But Morkborg is so huge. It has 40 games at all of Gen Con. You know, Break, I think, was up for an Any last year. Break has 1 game. Blades in the Dark, right? That revolutionary game, Derek's only A-tier game, has 10 at Gen Con. There's literally, I don't know, over 150, maybe 200. I don't even know how many. There's a lot of games here, but most of them are 1 or 2, You have a handful that are over 100, and most of those are because they're being extremely sponsored by some company. So, for example, you might say, well, Derek, Marvel Multiverse RPG, didn't you shit on that game? I did shit on that game. I had to double check that was the game. But if we take a look at it, there's so many slots open. Look how many of these slots are open. Also, by the way, that 100, look how many of them are just demos. This isn't even like a full game. It's a 1-hour demo. And these, so a lot of these games aren't even full games. Now, Avatar Legends, you're like, oh, that is 130. In this scale, 130 is actually not bad. But remember, Avatar Legends is being really, really sponsored by Magpie Games. I know last year they had a whole big, huge Magpie section, a massive Avatar Legends area. Look, here's the demos. So number 1, a lot of these games are demo games because they're being sponsored by Magpie Games. So these are not real games. They're 1-hour demos. So that number is being artificially inflated by the number of demos. But also, like, if you look at the actual games, there's like maybe 40, 50, and they're not even all completely sold out. So while I still think that's great, it's because it has a lot of corporate sponsorship behind it in the form of Magpie Games supporting their game. And they have this big corporate fund to really, really run these games. Dungeon World has 4. Earth Dawn has 9. Go Earth Dawn. But yeah, it's, someone said Fabula Ultima's on here. Yeah, 5 games of Fabula Ultima. 2 of them aren't even filled yet. And this is at Gen Con, where like everything sells out instantaneously the day event registration goes live. So the Necromancer's Curse, by the way, 0 of 8. Who the fuck is playing in that? Game Base 7, running the Necromancer's Curse. A team of mercenaries hunts a necromancer that's been plaguing a city. Your team is tasked with hunting a necromancer that has been plaguing the capital city. Where the city guard has failed, the heroes are Asan Guard's last hope. This is a 3-hour-long gaming session. All things will be provided. 8 people? Fuck that. I would show up and leave. Who are these people? No offense to whoever you are, but running a fucking game for 8 people? My God. Look at all these games with 6. Holy shit. Hey, I got 2 turns. It was awesome. Anyways. That is most D&D adventure descriptions. Jess, I agree getting people to watch 8 pieces is hard, but after they've watched a 4 to 6 hour stream to discuss the game and referring back to the game streams, I think they may go back to them after the stream. It's possible. It's just, what you're talking about and what Beowulf was talking about, it's just a lot of work. As I said before, Quinn's from QuinnQuest, right? He picks a game, he learns it, he teaches it to his group. They play it for like 10 to 15 sessions. They play a mini campaign. I think that's only visible to their patrons. And then he does a review and he talks about the game. He talks to the game's designer. And this takes him 3 or 4 months to put together one video because he literally has to go pick a game, play it, then do a review. It's like a 40-minute video. And the video gets maybe 50, 60, 70,000 views. So, what is that? A couple $100? Great. You could make a living off a couple $100 4 times a year, right? Of course you can. Why does Quinn's do that? Because Quinn has like 6,000 patrons who pay him $5, $10, or $15 a month. So, Quinn's is literally getting $50,000 a month. And his patrons are basically saying, we give us 4 videos a year, or maybe show us some behind the scenes stuff, give us an early access. We love your content and we're willing to support it with our money. That's awesome to those people. And obviously I have an incredible Patreon crew who support me. But My Patreon is not large enough to allow me to just produce 4 videos a year and just focus on running games and giving these comprehensive reviews. Quinn's can. I'm jealous of Quinn's. I would love to be able to just be like, hey, I'm going to focus on one game for the next 3 months. I have an entire community behind me to do that. Even if they're maybe not that interested in the game, I'm going to run it. I'm going to play it. I'm going to talk about it, maybe even privately. And then I'm going to create one, hour-long video where I give my fully comprehensive, detailed review that you can watch in 1 hour based off of real practical experience. And that's it. That's what I do. And I do that 4 times a year. That sounds amazing. Quinn's can do that. Nobody else can do that. I can't do that. I don't have the support to do that. I don't have the structure to do that. I don't have the backing to do that. It's a lot of work. But if I was making, $400,000 a year to do that, I think I could make that work. Mouse guard and mouse guard are listed differently. Well, somebody didn't know how to spell it. I mean, look at this. There's girl by moonlight with a capital B, and then there's girl by moonlight with a lowercase b. Everyone is John sounds like a very John game. That is very true. And all the Cthulhu's. Yes. Call of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu Invictus. Hey, look at that. Darrington Press showing up big time. 1 Candela Obscura game at the entirety of Gen Con. Is Daggerheart on here? 74 games. But I wonder how many of them are demos. Yep, here we go. Introduction to Sablewood Forest. It's 1 hour long. Now, it is nice that a lot of them are sold out. So, I mean, a lot of these are sold out. So that's somewhat good news. 74 is not terrible. But remember, I mean, they're pushing this, right? And they have the capital and the funds to push it, Todd?
I am strong.
You are strong. Guilty. Now, unlike most, I'm a freak and I have played a lot of these games, but I'm a really, really sick person who also has a YouTube channel. Like most people, yeah, Todd, I think you're right. Cal says, oh my God, Critical Role is screwed. What about Torchlight? You mean Torchbearer? Torchbearer has 1 game, and it's the Ghost Tower of the Ilmir Fens, which is the published adventure. My roommate makes fun of me every time I buy another game that I'll never get to play. He doesn't care that I can write them off on my taxes. They still take up space in our home. So obviously, for the last 5 years, I have also written off my RPGs that I buy as a expense. So props to us. Shout out us, Just. But yeah, I mean, my roommate, she doesn't make fun of me either. So it's fine. My roommate does not make fun of me because she's, she accepts it that's what I do. But yeah. Yeah, no, I think the Gen Con metric is really, really interesting. We were talking about these numbers on RFCs on Wednesdays. So bottom line, why would anyone play Daggerheart over 5e or any of the millions of other fantasy TTRPGs? Great question, Lugs. Great question. For me, the answer is because it is more like a PBTA game than any other, than a D20 game. And if you haven't played it and you haven't played it with someone who knew what they were doing, it can be a little bit difficult to explain what that means. And I feel like I've done a disservice because I've done like 40 hours of streams about PBTA games, and I still don't think I've really fully explained it in a good way of how different it feels. Not necessarily better, but different. And the long and the short of it is a game. The game engine itself is designed to push narrative outcomes. And most tabletop D20 games aren't really designed to do that. So the mechanics of, the powers and stuff like that could just be any other game. Now, to be fair, PBTA games do exist, and you could go play a PBTA game. But I do think Daggerheart is trying to be the way that Shadow Dark has tried to position itself as being this midway point between the OSR and 5e. I think Daggerheart is trying to position as itself between like sort of your trad character build, combat focused type game and PBTA. And certainly Daggerheart has really embraced I would say I think overwhelming majority of gamers today who do not give a shit about simulationism. I feel like probably, I don't know what this number is, but like, I don't know, 80% of tables of 5e, people are not tracking rations or water or feet of rope or arrows. And I think most people have no interest in it, don't do that anymore.
Calderiarch tip $3. So how many games of Twilight Imperium are there? This is a board game and a TTRPG lol.
All right, Cal, we'll take a look. Thadia says, all right, you can't keep me here and I need to sleep. Well, was I holding you under gunpoint? I'm very interested to see what the old world RPG will look like. Me too, Thadia. This is brand new information. I'm excited. You're like, Derek, weren't you just going on about Daggerheart? I'm like, yeah, but Warhammer though. Thaddeus, thanks so much. We'll miss you tomorrow, buddy. I hope you get a good night's sleep. Let's see here. Cal wanted to know how much Twilight Imperium. It is there are 0 games of the RPG. So there's that. There's 8 games of Thirsty Sword Lesbians, 7 games of Toon, 13 games of Torg, but no games of Twilight Imperium. But if we go over to Bohad Games and we go look at Twilight Imperium, so many thes. Twilight Imperium has 12 games. At least they're ambitious here. 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Yeah, maybe you get through half of a game, Well, to be fair, Cal, I think a lot of games of Twilight Imperium happen sort of like they're planned ahead of time and people just play them on their own space. I usually see TI games like going off in a hall because they take a lot longer than most events are allowed to take. And they'll like literally sit there all day. They'll grab a spot in like the board game library or they'll grab a spot in the whatever. And they'll just park out there and play TI all day. Let's see here. Twilight Imperium, only 6 hours. Or 10 hours. Experience required expert. So they at least these people are expecting you to know the game. Yeah, this is the Gen Con event list. Let's see what board game is really popping off this year. Anything in the hundreds? I wish there was a way to sort this. Click in. 67 copies of Nature. 68 copies of Lost Ruins of Arnak. I don't really like that game. 65 games of Catan. 69 games of Vantage. 96. We have a winner. 96 games of Kingdom Death Monster. Galaxy. I hate Galaxy Trucker. I know some people like it. I do not like Galaxy Trucker. Galaxy. Is Netrunner still a thing? Probably not. When living card games stop getting supported, they tend to fall off pretty quick. No, I don't see anything for Netrunner. 5 games of Oath. Hell yeah. Oh, it's New Foundations. Ooh, exciting. Is that coming out? that coming? Estimated delivery November. Oh, come on. That stinks. Well, maybe it'll, well, I guess I could go check it out, but I'm excited for that. Anyways, no, it does not look like Netrunner is still a thing. That is a lot of Kingdom Death Monster. It sure is. Anyways, Oath is getting a new expansion, and I'm really excited about it. Obviously, I backed it full out. I got the expansion, the Clockwork Adversaries, the Denizen decks, and the deluxe components. You know that because I love Oath, and I think it's one of the greatest games ever made. And I know everyone loves Arcs, and I loved Arcs too. I do love Arcs, but I think Oath still has it for me. How many games of Root? Good old Root. 6 games of Root. At least they're all sold out, but you hate board games so much? I can't imagine sitting down to play a game that lasts longer than 1 or 2 hours max. Don't you play role-playing games? So we have a nickname we call it for Starfarers of Catan. We call it Starcock of Catan because when we first got Starfarers of Catan, and it comes with this big, very, very penis-shaped spaceship. Starfarers of Catan. Doesn't look like there are any Starfarers of Catan. So yeah. Oh, somebody asked what Galaxy Trucker was, but Shadram replaced it. It's like you build up your spaceship by placing tiles on it, and then you try to build the coolest. You're basically like a shipping ship, and then bad stuff happens to it. It blows up, and you have to try to get the most points and ship the most goods and stuff. How many games of Cones of Dunshire? Forgot about the one. I need to put that on my soundboard. You forgot about the essence of the game. It's about the cones. Jess says, Beowulf, have you tried talking in a silly voice while you play the board game? I know that Smith has. Guys, you can just go to gencon.event.bdb.us if you want information on all these things here. It is available on TTS, and I'm happy to play. I mean, I've played like 4 or 5 games of Oath with patrons. So especially now that I don't work, if anybody ever wants to play Oath, I'm down. I mean, I will play it. No, you will Google it for us. That's like, there's a term. They call it in Magic. They call it they call it Keebler Google, where you just tweet something about a question just to have Twitter answer it for you instead of thing. Actually, Shadram. So this is actually represents a big change over, I wouldn't say the last 5 years, but over the last 10, 15, 20 years. Gen Con used to be a role-playing game con. I mean, there were board games, but it was a role-playing game con. And board games have sort of expanded and taken over. Now, if we were to look at Origins, Origins has even more board games, but Origins was always a board game con. Gen Con was the Geneva Convention. I mean, it was started, by Gary Gygax. So while it did start off ostensibly as a wargaming con, to be clear, it started off as a wargaming con. It was very quickly the premier role-playing game convention. And now board games, collectible card games. I will say, I'm supposed to do a Gen Con, but I will say, if you're going to go to Gen Con and you want to have the most fun, go to the Zed, go to the Isle of Misfit games. Okay, a lot of good stuff, by the way, in Misfit Games. But what you want to do here is you want to go to Indie Games on Demand, or also known as iGod. And so the way iGod works is you just show up with a generic ticket. You can buy a ticket for a specific slot, but all of the games are kind of like pickup, and you don't know what game you're going to play, but you're going to play some sort of indie game. This is where I basically was introduced to Apocalypse World, Monster Hearts, Dungeon World, Riddle of Steel, you know, basically all the indie games. I learned them at Indie Games on Demand at Gen Con back in the, mid to late 2000s. And the cool thing about it is you can kind of just show up at any point during the day. Nowadays, it looks like they only do 2-hour sessions. They used to do 4-hour sessions. They might still do this here, but you can see here, games you might see include Blades in the Dark, Brindlewood Bay, Cyberpunk, Desperation, Fall of Magic, Fate, Fedora Noir, Fiasco, For the Queen, Hunt, Kingdom, Monster Hearts 2, Moonpunk, blah, 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 Quiet Year, 1,000 Year Vampire, blah, 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 blah. And it's really fun. It's really awesome. And it's usually not too crowded, so at least it used not to be. Good stuff. And then while you're there, make sure, if you're there after night, that you avoid the werewolf areas so you don't accidentally run into your ex-girlfriend who probably after 8 years would still probably lose her shit and start screaming at you publicly. Wait, that may not apply to you. That may only apply to me. Yeah, they still do the playtest exposure stuff. They still do that. I don't know if they have it here in Zed. I think they just have it as a hall. It is like a Fiasco warning, to be honest with you. I mean, it's a story as old as time. Guy meets girl, guy dates girl for many, many years. Guy and girl break up. Guy runs into his ex-girlfriend the next year at Gen Con with Tim, who is with me. And she starts screaming at you, basically saying, you're not allowed to be here. As it goes. Duh. Anyways, you do love Live in the Clock Tower. I pretty much hate all social deduction games, so I'm out. Actually, there is only one social deduction game that I actually enjoy. Let's see if they have it in here. Do they have 2 rooms? 2 rooms. No, I don't see it. Let me see if they have 2 rooms. Huh. Okay. Well, apparently they have 1 slot for it. So this is called 2 Rooms and a Boom. This game was created by Sean. I can't remember his last name. Sean, Alan Girding and Sean. I can't remember Sean's last name. The people who did Mothership. They Tuesday Night Games. So this is a really, really great game because it's over in like 12 minutes, but it's a social deduction game without elimination. And the whole game plays out in like less than 15 minutes. And then you can play another game. And it's a hidden role game. And there's no elimination. There's no player elimination. It's a hidden role game. And it plays in like, again, under 15 minutes. So you can get a bunch of games in, which makes it a lot more fun. And no one has to sit out because you got killed in the first round randomly. And now there's no one to play with, which is why I hate Werewolf. And Werewolf is the dumbest game of all time. And Mafia. Doesn't Lancer mix PBTA with tactical combat like Daggerheart? It does, but I think it does it, in my opinion, in a very clunky way, where it almost feels like they are completely separate games, and they kind of don't talk to each other as much as I would like them to. Whereas Daggerheart does feel like it's trying to make the currencies flow better between the two sort of areas, which I think is interesting. What's up, G&A? Good morning. Good morning. By the way, since we're talking about 2 Rooms in a Room, the idea of 2 Rooms in a Room is you're divided into 2 teams, the blue team and the red team. The blue team in a standard game has a bunch of people on it, and you get a card which is blue, and on the back it'll say you're a team member of Team Blue. And if you get a red team, you get a bunch of red teams. The red team, one person of the red team is the bomber, and their secret card will say that they are the bomber. Someone on the blue team will have one person on the blue team will have a card that says you are the president. There are 2 rooms, which can be 2 separate rooms, or they can just be opposite sides of a bigger room. And that's the other thing too. Two rooms in a boom doesn't need a moderator either, which is also really cool. It runs better with a moderator, but you don't need a moderator. So initially you get randomly split up and you get set into these 2 rooms. Then a round timer starts. The number of rounds depends on the number of people in the game, but let's say there's like 4 rounds or something. The first round might be like 5 minutes long. And at the end of that round, each room chooses a certain number of hostages to send to the other room. So you do sort of like a prisoner exchange. So you send some people over to that room, they send some people over to your room. Then the second round begins. It's only 4 minutes long. And then you do a limited number of hostages swap, but it's usually less hostages. Then a third round, and then a fourth round where usually you only send like 1 or 2 people. Then everyone reveals. And if the bomber is in the room with the president, the red team wins. If the president is not in the room with the bomber, the blue team wins. And that's it. That's the whole game. So it sounds very basic and simple, but it leads to some really, really fun gameplay. And then when you start introducing hidden roles and additional special powers and roles, it becomes really, 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 really cool and really, really fun. How many games of Captain Sonar? Do people normally reveal their team? So the way that the card is set up in, how the hell did you know that off the cuff? About 2 rooms in a boom? Because I was, well, I've played it before, number one. But so Sean McCoy, that's it, Sean McCoy and Alan Girding of Tuesday Night Games are from Ohio. So I grew up, I knew them. I play tested the hell out of the game when it was under playtest development. Actually, my ex-girlfriend, the one that screamed and yelled at me at Gen Con at Origins, she was a member of their board game crew. So she I think she's actually listed in the credits of the game as like a editor or something, or a play tester. Resistance is good too. I like Resistance better than Werewolf. I like Resistance better than Werewolf because it doesn't have elimination either. So yeah, it's also reasonably quick. I like Resistance. I like Resistance Avalon. I mean, I don't like them generally speaking, but I like almost all of these games better than Werewolf or Mafia because of the elimination. I hate the elimination. Get the fuck out of here with that. So anyways, yeah. How's everybody doing? That was the end of the tangent. Now, I will say this. I do like hidden role games that are situated within an actual game. Like Shadows over Camelot or Battlestar Galactica or Among Us, but I never played it because I don't like video games. But like the idea is that there's like, so Jim Scott said Battlestar Galactica or Shadows over Camelot. These are fantastic games because fundamentally you are still trying to, it's a co-op game. It's a co-op game. You're trying to beat the board. You're trying to beat the game like you would in a game of Pandemic. But one of you is secretly a traitor. And so it gives you context that you don't have in these other games where the only point of the game is to find the traitor. So the problem with picking up a copy of Shadows over Camelot is not picking up a copy of Shadows over Camelot. The problem with picking up a copy of Shadows over Camelot is that Shadows over Camelot is a much better game when you have the expansion, which is called Merlin's Company. And the problem with Merlin's Company, the expansion, is that on eBay, used, it frequently goes for, you can see here, $450. Now, you might say, Derek, I can't believe that you don't own Merlin's Company. Well, guess what? I did. However, when the aforementioned girlfriend and I broke up, we did like a draft of board games. Okay, because some of them were co-owned and it was kind of, we were together for a long time. So who owned what board games? Now, she hated this game with a burning passion. I took one, she took one. I took one, she took one. I took one, she took one. So we did a draft. I took Shadows over Camelot. And then to spite me, she took Merlin's Company. So she took the expansion to a game that she didn't like and didn't have the core copy of. She just took the expansion just to claim it from me so that I didn't have it. So just says, holy shit, what a power move. Look, I'm not saying I don't respect it. It was a great draft, like, for her position in the draft, it was just the right move. Tim knows her. Tim knows her quite well, actually. So I don't have a copy of Merlin's Company anymore because she took that. Actually, no, not really, not particularly. I'm not saying, like, there's an element of me that I'm somewhat, right, sort of demisexual. And a lot of my personal attraction to people is tied on personality. It's tied on mutual interest. It's tied on mutual goals. And, so from that perspective, we had a lot in common. Yeah. Tim, I got my own personal email about my role in all of it. Yes. So anyways, long story short, I have many stories, and you know what? They're not all appropriate for the internet. Not that I care. I haven't named her, so it doesn't matter. But if you ever meet me in person at a con or something like that, and you want me to tell you a good story, I'll tell you a good story. I got many. I have many. Did she steal the ice cube trays from the trees? No, she left those. Anyways, so I don't own Merlin's Company anymore, and I've never been able to rebuy it. Oh, the other dick punch is that this is not related to my girlfriend or my ex-girlfriend, is there are numerous copies of the game Wiz War. Now, as anyone should know, I love this game. Now, this is the OG classic edition, and this is like first edition, second edition. I'm not interested in that. However, there's a new edition of the game made by Noble Knight, 9th edition, okay? And you know what? It looks like shit. It looks cheap. It's got Phil Folio art, which I can't stand. Sorry, Phil. Phil and Kaja Folio. I hate Phil Folio art. I'll say it again. I hate Phil Folio art. Anyways, so this is 9th edition. It's made by Steve Jackson Game. Steve Jackson Game took it back. However, there is a version of Wiz War, which was printed, I think this is 8th edition or 7th edition. And this was printed by Fantasy Flight Games. FF fucking G. Fantasy Flight Games. This is the version I had and the expansions. And you know what happened to these? I played these with GM Scott when he came to visit us in the studio. And I played it with Bob. And it sat up there after we were done playing. And when the studio was done, I moved the stuff from my studio into storage, and the stuff that didn't fit in the storage that I wanted to take home, I moved into my garage. And you know what happened to my copy of Wiz War? That's right. It burned. It burned down in the Great Fire. So, needless to say, I lost my copy, not just of Wiz War, second printing, by the way, you can see here, sale price, $121, but I also had the Wiz War, I think I had the Wiz War expansions, like Malefic Curses. So, here we go. Here's 8th edition complete. It includes the Malefic Curses expansion and the Bestial Forces expansion, both of which I had. Oh, $500. Needless to say, the insurance company did not give me $500 for my burnt remains of WizWar. So, unfortunately, that did not happen. Sorry to say. Let me see. Let's see if I have a nice. Let's see here. I am pleased to say that I was able to salvage Oath, which was actually in the garage when the fire happened. But it didn't get as messed up as everything else did, basically. Oh, there it is. Perfect. All right. So that's my WizWar. That's my copy of WizWar after the fire. So, yeah, you know, times were tough. Unfortunately, it got destroyed. All the pieces got cooked and soaked from either the fire or from the firefighters, and it just got completely destroyed. We marked that as one is used. Todd, the story of my fire is very epic, but the long and short of it is my homeowners association, I'm in a condo, and my homeowners association changed their condo policy, and I think they did a very bad job of communicating what that change was. But the long and the short of it was my condo insurance, my condo policy was not as comprehensive as it should have been. So as a result, when the fire happened, I was significantly underinsured. Additionally, while I did have coverage, at the time of the fire, I had just moved a ton of stuff from my studio into my garage. So I also had some very valuable stuff in there, which quickly ate it up. I also had an entire woodworking shop, so I had multi-$1,000 tools. Long story short, I was underinsured, and as a result of the HOA change, my HOA didn't cover the difference. The way that my insurance used to be set up was that the HOA covered a significant portion of the building, and they made a decision, and they communicated it, I think, rather poorly, and they didn't do a good job of letting people know. In fact, after it happened, I talked to a lot of my neighbors, and they were like, holy shit, are you kidding me? They're like, so everyone had to go and up their insurance rates, and anyways, long story short, I kind of got fucked a little bit. But, yeah. Did anyone ever get the Age of Ashes edition? Great question. So, yeah, so what... That is an interesting question. No, but we should do that. For those of you who are wondering what that is, let's see here. Here we go. So when the fire happened, all of these books were stacked up in the garage. Now, luckily, they weren't, I mean, like, obviously they're, full of soot and like they're dirty and stained. But in theory, because they were in this big stack, the interior of the book should still be good, even if it has a little bit of a smoky aroma. So I still have all of these books. And I'm totally willing to like give them away as a giveaway or something like that. So, I mean, they're definitely not totaled. But yeah, we have basically like every Pathfinder 2 AP, all of the Lost Omens, all the core. We've got a bunch of 4th edition books. We've got, and this is all stuff from GM Scott and Boothby, who donated this stuff to the channel because they weren't using it. This is our Beatles and Grimm's Deluxe Absalon City of Lost Omens, which they sent to us for review. We actually did a review on that. It smells like an upgrade, yes. So, it sucked. It was unfortunate to lose, all that stuff. You still need some of this. This was a near disaster. So this is my copy of Acquire. This is a very old version of Acquire. This is the original. This is the Hasbro version of the Acquire from the 90s, which is a much better version of Acquire because of the plastic pieces. They have a new version out, which actually isn't too bad. But for a long time, they had really cheap versions with a lot of really cheap components. But fortunately, it got dirty, but it wasn't like too destroyed. A lot of this wear and tear is just because the book. This is a really old game. But as you can see, my Oath game just was super, super dirty. It just got soot all over it, but it was like underneath a bunch of other stuff. So it didn't actually get too messed up. And I was able to clean off the lid pretty well. And inside, the seal was so tight on the box, it actually stayed pretty much completely clean. So luckily my Oath version or my Oath copy was saved. So yeah, that was a hell of a day. It was a hell of a month. It's still ongoing. My garage still is completely cleaned. Hey, we're here. Who's here? So we lost everybody. We get, wow, we have 70 people. That's crazy. Welcome 70 people. 13 people on Twitch. Hello. We can, let's see here. Chat can help us fill in our gaps. Yeah, it happened right after. It happened in July, like right after July 4th. So we were, being the completionist gamers that we are, I couldn't help myself but like starting to try to fill in the domain matrix for Daggerheart. So we've got the two comparisons. Take care, Timmy. See you, buddy. So the ones in green are official ones that are already in the game. And then the blue one, Fighter, is one that is in the playtest. There's also another playtest class, but that's with a new domain, Dread. This is just us looking at the core game as it is. So we're ignoring Dread from the Void. And so the idea is to try to fill in the missing pair. So everything that's white is a missing pair. Now, Rune Knight should be white. Not that I particularly love that name, but we can change it. So now, of course, the key here isn't just to pick a name, right? It's to pick something flavorful that we can what's a cool class identity that people want to have. Now, it's possible that some ideas might require another domain, right? Like if you wanted to do like a necromancer, well, maybe we do need that Dread domain. So we may not be able to fit every class fantasy in here. So, I don't want to make it too hard. But what I was interested in is like, can we create class fantasies that fit this matrix and allow us to combine into a class? And then could we create a cool combination of them? Trickster of Bone and Grace. Yeah, I like Gambler. I like Trickster. I like both of those, actually. So obviously you can see here that we don't have a lot for Bone because Bone is a really weird domain. So Bone is the domain of like battlefield awareness, like strategy, tactics, like looking at your enemy and judging their ability and what they're going to do next, right? So it's kind of got this like almost commander battlefield awareness, but it also has to do a lot with like being really like dynamic and agile on the battlefield, being able to like dodge arrows and shrug off wounds, to push yourself and run really fast and do sorts of cool flips and stuff like that. So it's got this kind of like battlefield awareness plus battlefield agility is what Bone is. And we've had a hard time filling in the gaps. So the ones that we've put it in here were obviously you could see some of these combinations that we have here. Now, I was trying to stick to single word names. That was my personal limitation. Like, I think just having like, and I think that's why Rune Knight was in red, because while most sources do like put it as like a single word, as like Rune Knight instead of Rune Knight, I think that we could do better than that. Like, for example, my idea for the Codex Valor is to have a character that uses runes, and like their class ability would be based around runes. And so like we could call it the Rune Knight. But another thing I was thinking of was like Sigilist, which I think is kind of cooler. It doesn't necessarily have to be a literal real word. Like, for example, they used Seraph for Splendor plus Valor. And like originally for like Blade and Splendor, I had Paladin here, but I changed it to Anointed. One, because I kind of like the idea of staying away from like certain words that might have a certain connotation. Plus I just like as a term of Anointed. It kind of represented something a little bit different than a Paladin, and the Seraph kind of dips into the Paladin a little bit, so I didn't want to do that. A bone-focused warrior would be like a monk. So Tilly Hearts, the fighter that they have done in their Void playtest is bone plus valor, and even though it's called fighter, it is a monk. So, yeah. So, Beguiler for bone plus grace brings it back to a 3.5 class. I do remember the point. It was a weird rogue swashbuckler caster. I do remember the Beguiler. So I do remember that. I think Mesmer fits more for bone grace than for valor grace. I could see that. The reason for valor is because we liked the idea of a sort of like an illusionist mental tank. It was kind of the idea of it. And that was like what we were originally thinking of. And Grace actually has a lot of illusion magic in it, in addition to like charms and stuff like that. And then the other thing was the Mesmer name comes from Guild Wars 2. And the Guild War 2 Mesmer was kind of tanky in its own way. Bone plus Codex equals strategist. Unless you meant to say strategist. Yeah, so Valor Blade is like, you're really good with weapons. So the problem with that is, the problem I have with Arcana plus Bone being a spell sword is we already have the Magus, which we are envisioning as being, the I channel spells through my sword class, right? But we also have this Codex plus Blade. So if the Arcana is more of the raw, powerful Arcana, almost sorcerer-like. And I know that Magus in Pathfinder 2 is usually associated with a spell book, but I think the most thing here, would be good for this. But like, I think Blade plus Codex has to be something different. It has to be like more disciplined focus. Now, I don't know how we would describe it, but somebody, and we were talking about Sword Masters of Hoeth. Speak of Warhammer, but we were talking about the Lore Masters of Hoeth. And if you know what the Lore Masters of Hoeth are from Warhammer, then I originally wanted to call this a Lore Master, but I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody who just doesn't know what the thing is. From Sunhawk. Cool. That was you. So I think Lore Master is sweet because that's exactly what I envision for a Codex Blade is like a Lore Master. But yeah, I don't know. Fellow Uthwan fanboy. Shout out to Safari. Warder may also be good for Sigilist, but could be too similar to the Warden in name. And none of these names are written in stone. Aegis or Bulwark. Well, the problem is I think Spellblade is just not. It just doesn't. I don't know. And maybe it's just me, but I find that to be very underwhelming. Why is Blade plus Sage a hunter? Well, Sage is the nature magic, and Blade is the weapons discipline. So our idea here was that the Blade plus Sage is somebody who uses nature, but is really focused on, weapons or doing damage and hunting down, as opposed to the ranger, which is bone plus sage. So like bone again is in this weird place. Now, Sunhawk, I do agree that codex plus bone could also be a good place for lore master. So I actually kind of think lore master actually does fit better there, because the bone elements kind of have that sort of strategy and tactics in there. And I think that's pretty cool. I also think that, yes, a blade, like a blade singer, a sort of blade, like this idea of this like really agile kind of combative mage would work, which I don't really mind as well. That I don't know. I don't know that there's anything in... Oh, Codex plus Blade is the Hex Blade. The thing is, I think there's a new thing called the Dread domain, Cal, and while I'm not including that, we do know that the Dread domain is going to exist, and I think that like Dread plus Blade would probably be better for like a Hex Blade in that respect. Well, Philip, we're calling it Magus just because I think Magus for a lot of people. I mean, Magus could also be, this could be Magus, this could be Spellblade, this could be, Eldritch Knight, whatever your take, whatever your preference is here. The idea of that Arcana plus Blade is, from a class perspective, they are the ones that basically focus on, I cast spells and I channel them through my sword. Dread plus Splendor equals null pointer error, and the entire system gets deleted. Yes. Philip, you meant Arcana Bone. Oh, okay. Yeah. This one we're not sure about. I don't know. Edge. Yeah. My thought is like Runeforged, is like a war mage, right? Applying magic strategically, on a battlefield. So I kind of like the idea for Bone Arcana as maybe like an evoker, or like an invoker or something like that. To me, evoker and invoker sort of have a battle feel. I mean, we could call it battle mage, or something like that. But I would rather not use something like battle mage. I just think battle mage. I think some of those things can sound a little bit like, I don't know. They're just not as cool. Like I think Hexblade is not Eldritch Knight. I just think it kind of sounds like it's just not as evocative to me, right? Bone Grace feels like a place for a trickster. Yes. So White Liger. Well, remember too. The other thing is, Battle Mage is a wizard subclass, anyways. That is true. So again, we have to think about the other thing to remember is it's not just about a name. It's about a cool idea of a mechanic. And so like, Unfortunate Pumpkin recommended like Gambler or Literal Trickster. So White Liger, you're on the same thing. And you can see here, Hakeem, Ludoite says Jester. So and what's fun about that is I could think about how, having the domains make sense is cool. And we should definitely do that. But it's also about like making sure that we have a cool idea for a cool functional class that would have a cool class mechanic. And I don't know exactly what it would be, but I could totally imagine there being a fun trickster mechanic, something where you could bet hope against the GM's fear or something, right? Like you can bet them something. Like, I don't know, like there'd be a fun way that you could create this fun little like mini game, which is like what a lot of the class features have, that you get to play where you can like wager your hope against the GM's fear or something like that. And I think that could be pretty fun. So I would prefer like, I agree. Gambler's probably a little bit too specific. So like maybe Trickster is better. But I think there's a lot of potential there from a class feature design space that we could really work on, which is fun. I want them to be very generic. The subclasses, I think, is where you can be a little bit more specific. So something like Fate Bender, and that's something we do have to be careful with these. But like as an example, Seraph, is the class, even though it's called Seraph, it's a made up term, whatever. But then you have this idea of like the Winged Sentinel, right? Is the subclass. So I like the idea of the classes being very generic, and then we can sort of try to create more, because the core game has 2 subclasses for each class, but like you could have 3, 4. I mean, we could create subclasses too. Well, this is true. There is this idea of like, should it just be a subclass of an additional idea? Maybe. But the other thing to remember is that the Trickster is Bone and Grace, and the Rogue is Midnight and Grace. So, the Rogue in the Rogue in Daggerheart, Midnight and Grace are spellcasting, and they don't really have any weapon powers. So the Rogue in Daggerheart doesn't have like their domain does not give them like cool dodging, abilities or anything like that. So in that respect, the Rogue doesn't actually, as a class, the Rogue doesn't actually have any domains that give it like weapons. Grace gives you like charms and illusions and like social abilities, and Midnight gives you like darkness, clouding, shadowy stuff. The Rogue class in Daggerheart doesn't actually get any sort of like, cool flipping. Yeah, there's definitely a martial artsy vibe to Bone. Look at the core classes that have Bone. Warrior and Ranger, and we know that they are using Bone Valor to be fighter from the Void playtest. So, there's definitely an element here of martiality. There's only 3. There's only 3 domains that are kind of quote unquote martial, which is Bone, Blade, and Valor. So Bone, Blade, and Valor are the only 3 kind of ones that are pretty much, I think all, the Valor might have a couple spells, but I don't think it does. I think Bone, Blade, and Valor don't give you a spellcast roll. Splendor does, Codex does, Grace does, Midnight does, Arcana does, and Sage does. Yeah. So Bone, Blade, and Valor, these are the 3 martial domains. And we already have a Guardian, a Warrior, and a Ranger. So literally, and then they've already given us a fighter. So there are no, they've already pretty much filled out the 3 martials. So everything else is going to have a little bit of magic power, because by definition, it's being mixed into a domain that has spellcasting. And if it has spellcasting, you're a spellcaster. Full stop. So. Correct. I actually haven't looked at it yet because I've obviously been so busy with everything else, but I want to avoid psionics because I think that would be a domain in and of itself. I don't know what role that would fill, but I think we would. I'm assuming when you say Warmind, No, this is just something that we came up with. Not the only thing official here is the thing in blue, which is the fighter. So are you actually going to make any of these classes, or are we just bullshitting for bullshit's sake? We're mostly bullshitting for bullshit's sake. That being said, there are a couple of these that I think could make for really interesting classes. And in full transparency, making classes in Daggerheart is really easy. Making a domain is a shitload of work. Well, sort of. To make a domain, you need to have 3 level 1 powers, and then you need to have 2 powers from levels 2 through 9, or 2 through 10. So you have 18. So you need to make 21 powers or abilities or spells or combinations in order to make a domain. To make a class, it's like a page. A subclass, half a page. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we would make all of these. I just think it's more of a fun, So many people throughout the playtest wanted Rogue to be Midnight Bone. Exactly. And I get why they wanted it to be Midnight Bone. That makes total sense to me because of what we've been talking about here. In fact, I put Midnight Bone as the Avenger. And originally, by the way, you know what we had here in chat or in the Patreon? We had Batman. That's what we actually had here until we gave it the name of Avenger. So originally, the Midnight Bone we called Batman. And so we changed it to Avenger, because he's an Avenger, right? So that's sweet. That's awesome. Well, you're on the same page as us. Who doesn't want to Midnight Bone? Look, you gotta have those cultural touchstones, right? What about Blade and Codex as some kind of diviner? Your enemy's moves to better counter them. Not sure how that would work mechanically. Wait a second. I mean, he's not an Avenger in a capital A, okay? But, I mean, he's literally avenging the deaths of his parents, so, yes. Anyways, I think that's cool. You'll actually see in here, I like the idea of using some of the classic wizard subtitles, right? Like what are we got? Diviner. Oh, we have Abjurer, Abjuration, Conjurer / Summoner, Diviner, Evoker, Necromancer, Transmuter, what am I trying to remember? Two more. My mind's going blank. Transmutation, Abjuration, Alteration, Divination, Evocation, Invocation. It is late, but why am I having a hard time with this? Oh yeah, thank you. Duh. Illusion. Enchanter. So you can see here that we have an illusionist. We have an illusionist. We have as a Arcana Grace, so charms, illusions, and raw magic. We had a Abjurer as a Valor Arcana, right? So somebody who basically is like a defensive protector, but they use like magical shields and magical protection. We have Chanter, Mesmerist here. So I kind of use some of those ideas anyways. 5 minutes behind, trying to wrap my mind. Why is bone called bone? What do bone powers do? Nobody knows, and there's not a good answer. Full stop. Nobody knows why bone are called bone. It's just they wanted to call it bone, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't really make any sense, to be honest with you, why they call it bone. Maybe somebody who played in the playtest can know better. I guess because it's the domain of tactics and the body. They really focus on like the body. The thing is, the reason why it's kind of bullshit is because like even the symbol for bone, like it clearly at one point in time they were imagining this as being like they're like, oh well, this is clearly the rogue, this is like the dexterous fighter rogue symbol, right? Because it's like 2 crossed daggers. I guess they're supposed to be bones carved into daggers, but like everything else is pretty good, you know. There's probably a part of it because it feels very edgy. I think it's great good. So yeah, there's probably an element of that. Tilly Hearts likes the witch as Sage plus Midnight. Thank you. That one's cool. Justice was Arcane Bone as an alienist. Arcana Bone. The thing is, though, again, the Bone is a character who's literally, I mean, if we look at the Bone abilities, do I have the SRT? If we look at the Bone abilities, or your boning abilities, it's really, you know, it's like, I see it coming. You know, if you're targeted from an attack by range, you can mark a stress, and basically you get to dodge bullets. Deft maneuvers. You can make an agility roll to move to someplace really quick. You can brace and mark a stress to mark an additional armor slot. Strategic approach. Tactician. Ferocity. You know? Boost. Redirect an attack onto somebody else. Know the enemy by staring at things. You know what I mean? Like, it's very, like... It's very, like, combat, battlefield, you know. Well, I mean, to put it bluntly, I mean, Bone plus Blade is warrior. So when you combine that battlefield acumen with, you know, a focus on weaponry, you get warrior. And when you combine that focus with nature magic, you get ranger. Or, you know, so when you combine that battlefield bodily focus, you get ranger. And then we know from the playtest that when you combine Bone with valor, which is like the kind of defensive, whatever, they're giving us the fighter. So those are the three that we have from the book. Yeah, so it's definitely like, it's definitely agile focused. It's definitely agile, you know, coded. A lot of the abilities use agility. A lot of the roles use agility as a role in this. But it's also just the, you know, like even the Bone touched ability, right? Like a lot of times if you take care, GM Scott, like if you look at the touched ability, right, this kind of really sums up what it, you know, because each domain has a touched ability when you've invested into it a lot. So if you have 4 or more domain cards from Bone, you get a +1 to agility, and once per rest, you can spend 3 hope to make an attack miss you. It's like this is the core of what they think investing into Bone is all about. So that's what Bone means. So it's a little bit tough. Jess said something I want to say. I was trying to come up with a name for a Nightcrawler kind of vibe, but I abandoned that direction. Yeah, it's just a little bit awkward, although I do think that would be a cool way to do Arcana plus Bone. But I also agree with Unfunctional, but right, you're trying to create distinctive differences. You have Bone Arcana, Blade Codex, Bone Codex. How do you make these all different? Now, obviously, the game has done a good job of that because, you know, I mean, you have Codex and Splendor, that's a wizard, but then you have Codex and Grace, and that's a bard. And then you have Arcana and Midnight, and that's a sorcerer. But then you have Arcana and Sage, and that's a druid. So, like, you know, I think we can kind of, you know, break that stuff off there a little bit. But I mean, what we really need to sort of ask ourselves is like, what is, you know, if Blade is the ability, the problem is the fighter is the monk. It's not called the monk, but it basically is the monk. It's this sort of unarmed. You know. Why? Okay, fine. Don't stick to single word class names. What? how does that make it better? Like, what are you going to call it? Like, the agile wizard. Oh, cool. Now we've got it. Like, like, look, if it's good enough for D&D, okay, bard, barbarian, cleric, druid, fighter, ranger, rogue, paladin, sorcerer, monk, ranger, wizard, it should be good enough for us. Space-time distortion puncher, I don't mind that. But the other thing is, too, is like we should be thinking more. Like, we could also think about, like, how are these things, like, what is the class fantasy? Like, what is the thing that we want to do? Like, what is the cool element, for that? So what's the difference between Arcana and Wizard? Well, we covered Codex on the channel, but Codex, if you recall, is a lot of them are these grimoires. And when you take this as one of your powers, you get basically, it's like you get a list of minor abilities, minor spells that you can cast. You almost usually always involve some spell casting rolls, spellcast rolls, spellcast rolls, spellcast rolls. And a lot of it is just, generic wizard stuff, so it's, arcane barrage is totally magic missile. Slumber is totally sleep. Levitation is levitation. Mystic tether is, basically mobilize. Fireball is fireball. So a lot of the wizard stuff is what you would expect about this. Illusion creates an illusion. Now, Arcana, I was expecting Arcana to just be, but it's kind of not. Arcana is, flight, counterspell. Blink out is basically dimension door. Now, you can see the difference here is that these are just spells, not codexes. So the codices give you 3 options. So if you're a codex wizard or a codex caster, you're going to potentially have 9 or 12 or 15 spells that you can cast from. Whereas the Arcana, you're going to have fewer because it's just like one and done. But it does have, a kind of a wide array of abilities from, Cinder Grasp and Chain Lightning to gaining a premonition to unleashing an earthquake or doing telekinesis. Now, I will say that the Arcana ones feel more like what you would expect to see, in a dramatic anime. Like, they're not teleporting once a day. They're dimension dooring and blinking around the battlefield. The key thing with this teleport is like usable only once per long rest, which means you can only use it once per day. As long as you have hope, you can keep blinking. The wizard, as one of his 3 sub-abilities, can levitate something. You can almost imagine Gandalf being like, let's go, and then flight is like, you're just soaring and, flying around the battlefield, right? So the Arcana feels much more like, dramatic and epic. And the Codex spells feel a little bit more like, well, if you take the square root of the hypotenuse and then you cross-multiply it, I can unreverse the gravimetric perturbations, and as a result, I can free the object from the bounds of this celestial body's gravity, and now it is floating up, right? So Arcana feels a lot more raw, I suppose, is the way that I would describe it. And I think that's how they describe it. So Arcana says this is the domain of innate and instinctual magic. Those who choose this path tap into the raw, enigmatic forces of the realms to manipulate both their own energy and the elements. Arcana offers wielders a volatile power, but is incredibly potent when channeled. Whereas Codex is the domain of intense magical study. Those who seek magical knowledge turn to the equations of power recorded in books, written on scrolls, etched into walls, or tattooed on bodies. Codex offers a commanding and versatile understanding of magic to devotees who pursue wisdom beyond the boundaries of pursue knowledge beyond the boundaries of common wisdom. Now, that's interesting because maybe Codex plus Bone is some kind of like, I mean, we have the Sigillist here, but like maybe that's more of a codex plus bone. Like maybe it's like old Incarnum. If anybody remembered Incarnum from 3rd edition, right? Where it's like you like write magical power into your flesh. So it's more of like a tattoo thing. I don't know if that makes any sense though. Because again, bone is just this sort of generic, yes, Codex is blue, Arcana is red. Yes. I don't know about Daggerheart do this competently. None of us do, but that's right. That's why we're just having fun. But I think at this point you need to start separating out magic caster and whose body is a reservoir of magic. Yeah, I think that's true. And for me, generally speaking, I see or at least I expect the codex classes to be more, as you say, someone who studies magic and someone who, breaks it down. So we have, this is what they gave us. They gave us the wizard. They gave us the bard. So those are the two that we have. I added the archivist, which I thought sort of, and again, the names could be changed. But my idea here is that by combining Midnight and Codex, this is someone who deals in like dark knowledge, right? Hidden knowledge, dark secrets, maybe, something like, kind of Cthulhu-esque, shadow, dark, dark knowledge, dark secrets. And again, the idea being really based in study and based in that kind of like figuring things out. Arcanist, I put just because it's literally Arcana plus Codex. So this is somebody who like is magical and studies magic. So they are just like the full Arcanist. Again, named to be determined. I called this a seer because while they have the power of nature, they are approaching it in a very orderly fashion, right? They're kind of our oracle. We could call them an oracle, I suppose, as well, but I just chose seer. And then lore master is the one that we just came up with, is literally sort of someone who devotes their study. They treat martial and magic in the same way, right? Like they're almost like Bene Gesserit, if you know anything about the Bene Gesserits, right? A lot of people know the Bene Gesserits for their powers of observation and their powers of the voice and their powers of being able to command the fear. But a lot of people don't know about the Bene Gesserit is also the Pranu Bindu training, which is the nerve and the fiber. So Bene Gesserit have complete control over their biology. They can move every muscle of their body independent of any other muscle in their body. Like they can bend their little pinky toe. Yes, which I don't love, but in Warhammer, it's one word. So I give it a break. But I don't love it. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like Rune Knight. But yeah. But if you do a search for Lore Master, it does show up as a single word. So it is a compound word, but it is technically a single word. As opposed to like Eldritch Knight. You would never put Eldritch Knight as Eldritch Knight, So this is not ideal, but it's better than this. So I can accept this maybe, Oh, yeah. We would need a different domain for that. But yeah, like a forge domain or something like that. So put it as Eld Knight. That sounds so terrible. I hope you're joking. So as for the Warlock, we know that there's going to be a Dread domain. So I think the Warlock would probably be something from the Dread domain. So they kind of co-opted us there. So we don't need to worry about that. So yeah. So assuming that we're, we only have 2 to go. We have Arcana and Bone, and we have Blade and Codex. So I guess the question is, if Magus is our, spell blade, Rune blade. It's our classic, like, I charge up my sword with raw magical energy. Arcana is the school of dimension doors and flight, right? This is your anime supercharged Muso mode, right? This character, I mean, literally one of the Arcana spells is wall walk. Spend a hope and you can climb on walls and ceilings, and it lasts until the end of the scene. And remember, you can like take multiple turns in this game as long as you don't roll fear. So like wall walk can like the Magus could literally, run up a wall, run across the ceiling, flip down, and then do some, awesome, blade power. So they run up the wall, they flip, they run up the wall and the ceiling, and then they flip to the other side and they land and do, a whirlwind attack, or they land and they do a massive raged up, deadly focused frenzy, attack, or a Reaper strike, right? So the Magus is our kind of like what I think a lot of anime fans and, because we were talking in the Discord and we're like, well, what is the core fantasy of like the Spellblade or the Magus? Is it just, oh my fucking God, so much damage. Wah! And everyone's like, yes, that is what it is. Well, the good news is, Stefano, if you roll 2 damage, you'll still do a hit point, so that's okay. I think transpositionist is too specific. I feel like that's too specific. Grammaton cleric, yes. We'll bring back the old art of my Photoshop as me as a Grammaton cleric. Right, thresholds, exactly. Yeah, Jonathan, I mean, I think it's the same basic principle there. So the question is then, if that is what the Magus is, and we could call it whatever we want. We could call it Spellblade, we could call it, whatever. But the idea is that it is a character who, as Jess said, their magic is innate. They are using their magic and they are like channeling it through their blade or through their weapon, and they are a potent force on the battlefield. The difference is that a Codex blade is very much a scholarly warrior, right? They are, even though they both have access to the blade domain, my envisionment is that they are much more calculated. They are much more, like a crane duelist, if you know Legend of the Five Rings. So if our Arcana blade is like a lion, a Matsu lion warrior samurai, then our Codex blade is more of like an Iaijutsu crane master, someone who is very disciplined, is almost, it treats martial, almost very kata, very forms, that they treat combat the same way they treat magic. It's a study, right? It's not a passion. It's something that very like a sword saint or a kensai. Now they have access to magic because they study both, so because they do have Codex, so they do get access to, all the spells that a wizard would get, but it's very academic. So it's much more sort of, very, they for them, they treat magic the same as they. Now that's originally why I had Lore Master here, because in the lore of Warhammer, there is a high elf tower called the tower, or high elf realm called the Safri, which is the realm of magic. And there's a tower called the White Tower. And the White Tower is where people go to like become super experts. And some people master the swords. They're called sword masters of Hoeth. They're considered to be like the best people, the best sword masters in the world. But there are people called lore masters of Hoeth who are basically as good with a blade as they are with magic, but it's done from like a place of like 150 years of education, right? So it's very, very, very disciplined. It's very focused, and that's kind of the feel of evocation that I would want to get across from a blade plus codex. Now, what that is or what that's called, and what term that we can use that's generic enough that works, I don't know. Now, you like Kensai. I feel like that has a lot of, samurai baggage. I mean, obviously, I love samurai, but I trying to, be something else. Now, you think Blade plus Codex should be Templar? I don't really associate Templar with any of that. So the reason why we put Templar into Splendor is because I think most people associate Templar with clerics and healing, and Splendor is the healing domain. So that being said, I also don't like the Templar name because it's a little bit, loaded, because it's like a real world term. It's the same reason why I want to avoid like Inquisitor. Like some things I think like assassin technically is also a real world term, and I get, so is shaman, but and so is druid, but like there is a little bit, I think there's a little bit of like cultural loading that goes in with Templar. Well, Keithor, we could call it a sword sage. The problem is there's a domain called sage, and if the sword sage isn't sage, that's really confusing, So, it's the same reason I wouldn't want to call something a crusader, because crusader has kind of a loaded term there as well. Yeah, but I think there's an option. I mean, somebody did. I think it was Elia said we could just have something that's like, completely made up. Like I'm calling a Codex Valor a sigillist. So it could be a made up term, potentially. Not that serif is a made up term, but I mean, maybe it's strategist. I just think that strategist is a boring. I don't know. I say this as somebody who would play this class. Strategist doesn't get me excited. Strategist sounds like more of a subclass of whatever class this is, personally. The other issue is the domain of strategy is bone. Stefano, I actually kind of disagree with that. The one thing that I think Daggerheart did talk about this, but one thing that Fabula Ultima does really, really, really well is it has you define your character as identity using words that tie it into the game. So, for example, if I was playing Fabula Ultima, my identity might be, right, I might be a a light warrior of Dal Amroth. That's my character's, that's who my character is. I'm a dawn warrior of Dal Amroth. Mechanically, I end up choosing the Seraph class, and then maybe I multi-class at level 5 into Guardian, or maybe I'm Seraph and I multi-class into Warrior, right? So, the fact that, well, yeah, but the Daggerheart literally has their campaign frames, which are all completely different. In some cases, in some campaign frames, certain ancestries are banned. So in some of the campaign frames, like in Motherboard, clanks are banned. So like the campaign frame that you have will make a very, very, very different word. So I think that for me, the goal is to make the classes as sort of generic as possible. Alcansoner. Okay. You could totally do that. I don't mind Savant, but I feel like Savant has an implication of like superior mental acuity, and I don't know that the Blade Codex has that. Also, I also agree with Grim Prism. It's also a little loaded. And I know, but listen, this is Daggerheart. This is a more, Jack. Somebody did already mention Factotum, and I was like, okay, I loved that class from 3rd edition, but it's because people associate with like idiot savants, and trust me, it's a little loaded for today's world. Yeah, the problem with the Master at Arms is like I don't see that as being someone who's also really good at casting wizard spells. So I want something specific, but not so generic that it sounds boring. Yeah, I don't want something so specific, but also not so generic that it sounds boring. That's correct. I want you to read the class name and get excited about it, but not have it be so, and tell you kind of what it is, or give you a feel for what it is, and then, go from there. For example, there's also ones I don't necessarily like. Like, I don't really like Warden, by the way, for Midnight. These are the ones I don't necessarily love. I don't love Warden. I don't know if I love Chanter. I like Spiritus. I like Archivist. I don't know if I love Arcanist. I don't know if I love Hunter or yeah, those are the ones I don't know that I love. Is Warden a name of the Druid subclass? Okay, then we definitely need to change that then. I did not know that. We haven't covered... Oh, it's called Warden of the Elements or Warden of Renewal. Okay, so we definitely need to change that, yeah. So there we go. That's gone. So we need a Midnight Valor. So we need a Darkness tank. Not... To be clear, not like a dread tank, because there's a dread domain. So we need a... Now, Shadow Knight would be the default assumption, but one of the problems with that, though, is if you're a Shadow Knight, you would probably expect to get, combat abilities, but you won't have them. That's the problem. I think if someone chooses Shadow Knight, they're thinking like, oh, I'm a heavily armored character that does damage with, my blade and a shadow and all this other stuff, but you won't. That won't be what you do, because you are a Midnight Valor. So you don't actually get any of like the combat abilities that you would get from another class. So that's the only reason I bring that up. Not that that's again a bad thing, or it's just what it is. It's just a thing. So like for example, our Midnight Valor kind of tank class would have things like, stealth expertise and hush people and make them silent. They would be able to shadow bind people and bind them magically and restrain them in place. They can Vader force choke people, they can issue dark whispers and night's terrors, and they can become invisible and they can disguise people, but they could also are Valor, so they can also, take hits for their allies and all this other stuff, things like that. So that's why I hesitate to use Shadow Knight a little bit, just because I think people tend to associate that class with like doing damage. Midnight Valor sounds like a glam metal band. I could see that. Forsaken again. I don't know. I don't know that term seems a little bit generic, and it might make people not quite sure what this does. Edgelord, yeah, maybe. All the midnight ones might be edgelord, though. Yeah, but I think Reaver feels more offensive to me than defensive. You're a defensive character. That is true. Yes, Bone and Arcana are very opposite. Actually, Bone and Grace, I think, are the most opposite. Bone and Codex are the most opposite. Arcana is actually closer to Bone, because at least Bone is sort of like natural and instinctual, and Arcana is a little bit closer to it, you know? Now, see, look at this. I mean, we have all these people, and again, I understand that I might feel like I'm shitting on stuff and shooting it down, but like, it's just, yeah. Do you remember the part we said about loaded things? We're not putting Martyr in there. We could move Sentinel to Midnight Valor, and then Pumpkinhead. What about Exarch for Blade Codex? I don't mind it. I guess the question is, what do you think of when you hear the word Exarch? Because it's actually it's a religious term originally, I think. Yeah, political or military or ecclesiastical. Late emperor, it was Byzantine emperor, was a governor of a territory. I don't think it's terrible. Also, D&D Exarch, I think, usually meant something, right? Maybe that was 4th edition. Yeah, I think it was 4th edition. It was like a servant of a god or something like that. Now, I don't mind the idea of moving Sentinel to Midnight plus Valor. You know, this idea of like a Dark Watcher, right? So Sentinel, maybe. Splendor plus Bone could be Commander. The only problem I have with Splendor plus Bone, I originally, Tilly, had that as Commander. The problem is Commander to me feels entirely non-magical, and Splendor is like charms and illusions, and the charm domain gives you spellcasting. And I just don't think Commander feels like it should be casting illusion spells. Prodigy, it's not bad. I like the theme of it. I think is pretty cool. No, Goblins and Android. You just get both. You get both domains, and you can pick and choose from either one when you are that class. So there's no difference. That's why all these are grayed out, because you can't. Blade plus Codex is not different from Codex plus Blade. So the blank ones that we have to fill, we have Blade plus Codex, and we have Bone plus Arcana. Those are the two that we don't have filled in. Also, we moved Sentinel from Sage, so we have that one too. Unfortunately, there is there's a new domain called Dread, which isn't listed here because it's in the playtest, and Necromancer's already kind of there. The problem with so Whipplestein, somebody suggested Strategist. I just don't feel like Strategist suggests a spell casting warrior adept. And the problem is that in this game, all the tactics and strategy powers are in Bone. That's the problem. So Bone, believe it or not, is the domain of not just being like an agile battlefield badass, but also being like a master tactician and a master strategist, and like knowing your enemy's plans. And it's kind of crazy. So just as a reminder for folks. Hey, what's up, Volcanic Shepherd? I wasn't even expecting that. That's awesome.
The Volcanic Shepherd tipped $50. Okay, long time lurker. This live was a nice surprise, so I finally get to show some love. Appreciate all your takes and banter with this great community.
Hey, Volcanic Shepherd. Well, thank you for coming out of the lurker hole. I really, 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 really appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying part of these conversations. And part of the reason I do this is because people appreciate it, and I love that you're showing your appreciation for me. So thank you so much, and I hope you continue to watch the shows, and feel free to chime in and give us your thoughts. And absolutely, I enjoy that. Thank you so much, and that means a lot to me, especially since this was just kind of like a fun nightly late night with the crew and hanging out with everybody and kind of just shooting the shit, not really having a particular agenda. Because remember, we're going live on Sunday. Tomorrow Saturday I play Torchbearer with Saturday crew patrons, and then Sunday we're going to do another live stream. We're going to do like the Druid, the Ranger, and the Warrior, I think, and that'll probably be another 4 or 5 hour stream. So we'll have done plus RFC. So I did 6 tonight, plus 6, 12. Yeah, I'll do like 25 hours of streaming this week, so not bad. All right, King Hodop wants to know what the domains mean. So let's do that for them. All right. So here are the domains. There's 9 domains in the core game. They've added a 10th, but we have this. All right, so Arcana is the domain of innate and instinctual magic, those who tap into this raw, enigmatic forces of the realms to manipulate both their own energy and the elements. This is a volatile power, but is incredibly potent when correctly channeled. So think raw magic. Think, no training, no books, no spell, formula, no scrolls. This is just raw magic bubbling up from within inside of you. Sorcery. Blade is weapon mastery by steel, by bow, or more specialized. The wielders of Blade dedicate to themselves to achieving inexorable power over their death. The followers of this path have the skill to cut short the life of others. Blade is a damage-focused. You are a weapon master. You are cutting people down. It is a damage-focused, fight-focused domain. That's Blade. Bone is the weird one. Bone is the domain of tactics and the body. Record screech. Practitioners of this domain have an uncanny control over their own physical abilities and an eye for predicting the behaviors of others in combat. Adherents to Bone gain an unparalleled understanding of bodies and their movements. This makes a lot more sense if you think of Bone as the Bene Gesserit. The Bene Gesserit are masters of reading people, but they're also masters of their own body. You said the what? You don't know what the Bene Gesserit are? Oh my God, King Hodop. Come on. Bone is a terrible name for this. It could have been called discipline. It could have been called tactics. It could have been one. It could have been things. It is from Dune. Yes. That's okay. It is from Dune, King Hodop. I thought maybe you saw the movie or something like that. So Bone is like, not only is it it's like an awareness of yourself and others. So Bone is the ability to like see enemies and know what they're thinking and where they're moving, to be able to read the battlefield, to be able to like predict your enemy's movement, maybe dodge an arrow, right? It's very weird. I will say that. It's kind of like if Blade is like dealing damage, Bone is like that battlefield awareness. When people talk about like the sixth sense of a warrior, that warrior sense, right? To be able to know what the enemy's thinking, to be able to dodge an arrow at the last minute, to be able to see an attack coming out of the corner of your eye. That's what Bone is. It's weird, but we got to make it make sense. Codex is wizard magic. It is study. It is written. It is etched into scrolls and to books. It is about discipline and, using knowledge to gain power over the boundaries of the universe. So that's Codex. Very classic wizardy magic. Grace is the domain of charisma. Through storytelling, charm spells, or a shroud of lies, those who channel this power define the realities of their adversaries, bending their perception to their will. Grace offers its wielders raw magnetism and mastery over language. Now, for starters, our Blade, Bone, and we'll talk about Valor are not spellcasting. But Grace is spell casting. So it includes spells like, now you might not take them, but it includes them. So if your character has Grace, you could be a spellcaster. Midnight is the domain of shadows and secrecy. Through tricks, magic, or the cloak of night, they can channel forces of obscurity and uncover sequestered treasure. They offer the power to control and create enigmas. So midnight is shadowy, trickery, illusions, darkness. Sage is the domain of the natural world. Those who walk this path tap into the power of the earth and its creatures to unleash raw magic. Sage grants its adherents the vitality of a blooming flower and the ferocity of a ravenous predator. And lastly, Splendor is the domain of life. They have the ability to heal and to a certain extent control death. They have the ability to both give and end life. So this is like healing and harm, right? It's heal and harm at the same time. And then Valor is the domain of protection. Valor is the opposite of Blade. If Blade is the domain of using weapons to hurt people, then Valor is the domain of using armor and weapons to help yourself, help your allies, protect, value them. So Valor offers great power to those who raise their shields in defense of others. So 3 of the 9 domains, Bone, Blade, and Valor, are basically not magical. The other 6, Arcana, Codex, Grace, Midnight, Sage, and Splendor, is magical. Valor is not magical. Okay, so now that we've covered that, I haven't really been checking out here. Kineticist. You like Kineticist? So there's no opportunity for a pure martial blade dancer then. No. The closest that you could get to a pure martial blade dancer would be to be a warrior, which is blade and bone, which would actually be really good for a blade dancer, and then take a subclass of warrior that gave you, I should say, like the blade dancer ability, if that makes sense. In the core book, the warrior has 2 subclasses. It has the Call of the Slayer and the Call of the Brave. But potentially there could Call of the Blade Dancer or something like that. So Sage plus Valor should be Warden. Well, in 4th edition terms, yes. So maybe that's right. Maybe we can just put that back. I actually like that. Okay, Warden. Perfect. All right. Perfect. Primal Defender. You got it. King Hold Up. You're exactly it. No, Warden's great. Also, here's the thing. When people think Warden, what do you think of? When I hear Warden, I think of Game Warden. And what do I think of when I think of a Game Warden? I think of a person who works in a park and, oh, that's right. We can't use Warden because that's why we can't use Warden. Shit, it's so good. That's right. Warden's illegal because they're already using Warden to describe the subclasses of Druid. Damn you, Daggerheart! That's interesting. You think of Prison Guard. I mean, you know what? The fact that you're thinking of Guard though is good. Warder. That's very confusing. That's interesting. I think of like a park warden, but that's interesting. But you know what? You're thinking of somebody who's protecting people, in theory. So at least you're thinking of that. That's why we can't use Warden. I was like, oh, that's really good. How about just like Guardian? Well, they already used Guardian, Wolfenstein. that's the martial defender. That's the Blade plus Valor. Steward's not bad, but I don't know that it feels sagey. It needs to have like a druidic vibe to it or a natural vibe to it, you know? That's why the ones in orange, I'm kind of like, I'm not sure about it. Well, yeah, I know but that's the idea. They've got to be something to everyone, for sure, you know? Shepherd. I feel like, are you going to be really excited to be a class called the Shepherd? you would? Okay. Hold on a sec. So I don't like Shepherd. I'm out. I'm out on Shepherd. What if I'm not writing anything? Yeah, you guys like Shepherd? Oh man, I don't like. You like Hierophant? Does anybody even know what that word means? I feel like that's one of those D&D words that people, you know. I do like. Actually, I actually fucking love that. I actually kind of like that word a lot. Preserver is actually really good. I'm gonna put it in tentatively. Because for me, you know, some of this has to do with touchstones, but when I hear Preserver, I think of, you know, Dark Sun. I think of the people who are there to protect the world, and you know, they did it through being, you know, through you know, gaining magic. Yeah, I think of I think Preserver makes great. Yeah, oh, it totally makes me think of Dark Sun. Exactly. It makes me, but that's a good thing because they're a spellcaster that's concerned about nature. It's protecting it. They want to preserve nature. They want to guard and defend nature. So I actually really like that. Do we have Sentinel anywhere? King Hold Up, we do. Currently, we have Sentinel as a Midnight Valor. What about Keeper for Sage Valor? Oh, well, we were going with Preserver now. I thought Preserver was really good. Preserver feels like a weird collecting alchemist preserving jams and foods. Defiler probably would require a different domain, like the Dread domain. Like if we had Sage plus Dread, maybe that's Defiler or something, you know. I would want to avoid, but here's the thing. I before we can name what the Blade plus Codex is, I want to figure out what is the class fantasy or idea that we are going for here. Again, the idea of the Blade Arcana is the Magus. It's the supercharge my spell into my sword. It's doing, you know, the energy streaming from me. I'm channeling the lightning bolt into my sword. I'm striking the enemy. I'm doing a lot of damage. It's very, you know, it's very over the top. It's what most people think of when they think of a Gish. So I don't want Blade Codex to just be another Gish. That's the key there, you know? So it can't just be, oh, well, I also cast spells and use a sword. It can't be that because that's too much in that respect. The problem is the monk-esque person, they are making the fighter. What is a Gish? A Gish is a spellcaster, a martial character, usually a sword-wielding martial character who also can cast spells. Oh, there's a reason Magus is in orange. It's because I don't necessarily like the name. Or I'm not like sold on the name. So Gish comes from the Githyanki. So it comes from D&D, but the original monster manual was the Githyanki, who were spellcasters and powerful spellcasters and warriors. And they were called the Gish. That was like their caste in the Githyanki society. And then that term just got to be used to basically any sort of martial spellcaster was called a Gish. So it comes from the Githyanki. Well, that is true, left-handed not. The truth of the matter, though, is like you will be able to cast both, and you'll be able to use both, in and out of combat. So, telekinetic. Yeah, the problem is, and this isn't necessarily, something that I would expect everybody to know. The problem is that if we look at the domain card reference for Codex, like there is a sort of telekinesis, telepathy ability, and you may not take it. Like Magic Hand lets you do that. That lets you conjure a Magic Hand, and there's another one in here. I think something called. Maybe it's an Arcana one. Oh, maybe it is Arcana. Oh yeah, Arcana is the one with telekinesis. And quite frankly, I kind of agree with that. To me, telekinesis feels like more of a sorcerer. No, that you're right. That doesn't mean it can't be a class feature. But like, what does that class feature even mean? Like earlier on the Discord, somebody mentioned anime, and it made me think of this one anime that my one roommate used to watch, Fairy Tale. And I remember there was a character in there that like the one girl who could like summon weapons and armor and stuff like that, and she could like equip all this different armor and weapons and stuff like that. And while I don't necessarily think that's the direction we should go, I was like, okay, at least that felt different than a magus per se, So a conjurer for Bone. The problem is Bone Duran's cat is like being really aware of and good at battle, So it's like, I don't know what that, I like conjurer, but I don't know what that has to do with that. Right. So, which is fine, but then what would be the class feature of that? Like, how do you make that compelling, and how do you make that interesting? Like, how do you make that something that is like, I could imagine creating a class feature for the Magus, right? Where you can like build up power in your sword, and you could like, transfer as you hit, your sword gains energy and you unleash a massive attack, and it feels very, very cool, like, so yeah, what does it feel like to play Codex versus Blade? That's a great question. I cast Stabber, yes. So you said, so if Bone is a tactician and Arcana is raw magic, it could be a mage that controls the battlefield, which is true, except there's a domain, there's already, yes, but I don't know what that really means. And, there's even there's even a thing for the wizard called the War Wizard. Yeah, I do think that they're too edgy for that. Oh, Junderland. They're already creating, yeah, Bone is also about this idea of body mastery as well. Now, well, Roy, that is why this was originally called the Rune Knight. But I'm trying to avoid compound words, and so that's kind of what I imagine there. Oh no, we dropped out. Sorry about that. We dropped out for a second. The optimizer. So I agree that the Bone Arcana should probably be something kind of like a bender from Avatar, because you're not good with weapons, but you are good at fighting, but you're also like, you have raw magic that you can tap into. So you're not like studying it from a book. But I would rather not use monk though. Yeah, my original idea was an evoker, but I don't know, because we could give it a crazy new name, like, they gave seraph, they called something a seraph, Evoker in D&D terms was a character that was a specialist in the invocation or evocation school. And invocation and evocation is the school of, fireball, lightning bolt, summoning, drawing upon energy and throwing it down onto usually the battlefield. Invocation spells usually are, burning damage type spells. So yeah, there's also an Aes Sedai element there as well. Yeah, a blaster. Yeah, exactly. That's a great question. Do I have an idea for a class fantasy? I don't know. That's I don't play many PCs. You guys probably play a lot more PCs and a lot more video games than me. So, by the way, the inspiration for Trickster, okay, remember? So Bone is this sort of sixth sense, right? This like warrior sixth sense. And Grace is the ability to like charm and manipulate. And so our inspo for Trickster was Matrim Cawthon, which I thought as a touchstone. And I thought that was perfect. You know how if you've read Wheel of Time, you know how like Matt is just like this, has this like incredible control. He's sort of like an agile fighter. He's got an awareness of the battlefield. He has all those memories of Manetheren and all that other stuff in his brain. That's what Bone is, Interesting. I don't mind that. Arcane plus Bone, Arc-Own, Archon. But okay, we gave it a name, but what does it do? What is the shtick of the class? Like Philip here is at least saying like maybe there's some sort of magical battle transformation that they undergo. I'm not saying that I think that idea is great. Maybe it is, actually. I'm not saying I don't like I might love it. I'm just saying, but at least we have something that we can say, okay, what does this class do other than just get Blade and Codex? You're like, okay, so they're kind of like, is this like the Shazam class, right? Like in a way, like, do you summon a battle form? You know what I mean? Like, like, do you transform into a place? So you think that feels more Arcana to you. Okay. Transform weapons, though, feels like that's going to be so weak and uninteresting. I don't know. Right. I was also thinking Tensor's transformation, the class as well, Philip. But I mean, it's true. Magus could also be the Blade Codex. The name doesn't have to be what the name is. That's true. So right. But to be clear, the problem I have is that The problem I have is that the idea of what I think a lot of people think of when they think of the Magus, right, is this, or the Spellblade, is this very like over the top kind of anime warrior type. You know what I mean? And that doesn't feel as codexy to me. Codex to me feels like you're a character, you know, like that's just a more like, you know, if you're channeling magic into your body, I mean, that does feel more like an Arcana thing. So I don't know. Doesn't feel like a Codex thing to me. So Whipplestein, we're using Abjure as Arcana plus Valor. Valor is the protective domain. So the idea of Arcana plus Valor is instead of using armor, you use like magical shields and stuff to absorb stuff. I do want to avoid Inquisitor because it's a loaded term, and also I hate the term Thaumaturge, so I'd rather avoid that as well. Yeah, definitely not Psionic. Psionic would be its own thing, you know? Oh, Psychic would be its own thing, too. Counterspell is inside Arcana, by the way. That is the domain that gets Counterspell, is Arcana. Well, the problem, Philip, and I'm going to continue to do this, is when you choose a class, you could pick powers from just one domain. You don't actually have to pick from both. So in theory, a class has to function if you just took, you know, one or the other. Like you could be a warrior and only take blade powers and you're still a warrior. Or you could be a druid and only take sage powers, you know. All right, hold a sec. I don't usually do this, but I will be right back. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Alrighty, we're back. The white text is horrible. I mean, look, it was quick. It's 4 a.m. Who the fuck cares? Avatar. I mean, I did say elemental, you know, bender or something like that, Well, it's still the question of like, what is the class fantasy? Like, what is the idea? Like, what can we do that makes that compelling and different? Because, I mean, for lack of a better word, or for lack of a better terminology, okay, what the bone arcana is a like magical warrior who can cast instinctual magic but can fight. Isn't that from MCDM? Yeah, but if somebody has this sigilist ability, because remember, you can multi-class and pick up other classes' abilities, so I wouldn't want that to be like, I wouldn't want that to be duplicated. Time Mage. Time Mage seems so specific, it would be a subclass. Not saying that it's not a cool idea, but I think it would be a subclass. Because remember, whatever this class is, it has to be a class that theoretically you could never take any Arcana spells. But you could also never take any bone. What's up, Gorback? Stefano, I'm right where with you, but we still have to sort of fundamentally understand, what we could do. Did we already use Battle Mage? No, but I don't like Battle Mage. To me, like what it really comes down to is what's the difference? You call this whatever you want. The Magus could just, it could be a Magus, but it's Arcana plus Blade, Codex plus Blade, So like, how do you make these different? What is different about these two? Also, in Daggerheart, the game already, the class of Wizard, by the way, has a subclass called the War Wizard, the School of War, right? So we kind of already have that, into a certain extent. In fact, one of the features of the School of War is called Battle Mage. So there you go. Symbolist for Codex Blade. Let's just steal from FU. Yeah. Fluflux. I mean, there's kind of a sense of a key monk. I mean, obviously, it's not key monk because remember, they will be a spellcaster. Like they will be able to cast flight, chain lightning, which is again, maybe totally fine. In terms of what we have. And we know that the fighter, which is a playtest class, is basically a monk, like what we would consider a monk. A fighter is like an unarmed martial artist type character, apparently. But that is a martial character because it is in Bone and Valor. Bone and Valor are both martial power domains. This character will not have any spellcasting capabilities. So how do we distinguish that from a character who might have spells, might not have spells, might have abilities like Bone abilities let you do stuff like you can dodge arrows. You have, ferocity to. In fact, here, let me go look this up so you guys can see this. So these are the Bone abilities. Okay, you get deft maneuvers, mark of stress that lets you sprint anywhere within far range without having to make an agility roll. So you can like move around. You're very mobile. You can move around the battlefield really quick. Okay, I see it coming. Lets you mark a stress to buff your AC against an incoming missile attack. Untouchable just gives you flat out a bonus to your evasion equal to half your agility. Ferocity lets you increase your armor class. Strategic approach lets you put tokens on this, and then you can spend those tokens to add bonuses to damage, bonuses to attacks. Brace lets you mark additional armor slots to absorb more damage. Tactician is whenever you help an ally, they can also spend hope to add one of your own experiences to help out themselves when they make an ally or when they make their action. Boost Let's just get our abilities here right. Mark a stress to boost off of a willing ally within close range. Fling yourself into the air and perform an aerial attack against a target within far range. You have advantage on the attack and add a d10 to the damage roll and end your move within melee range of the target. Okay, so yes, it's fastball special. Okay. Redirect lets you redirect an attack against you to hit a nearby enemy instead. Know thy enemy lets you observe a creature and know how much their hit points are, what their damage values are, what their experiences are, what their damages are. Signature move. Name and describe your signature combat move. Once per rest, if you perform this signature move as part of an action you're taking, you can roll a d20 instead of a d12 as your hope die, etc., etc. And by the way, their 10th level ability is Death Run. Spend 3 hope to run so you Naruto run through the battlefield, and then you make an attack against all adversaries that are within your range of your path, you know? So you're just like, you're just like charging, you're just like a line of attack across the battle. So that's what Bone is. It's really fucking weird. Okay? King Hodop says, if you had a bow, that would be the entire battlefield. You know what's funny? That's the first thing that Vin said, too. And I think it's interesting how some people are like immediately like, oh, it's a thing. What about if you use a bow? It's okay. It's not broken. Bone plus Arcana is just a Naruto. Now, I don't know Naruto, so I don't know, I don't know that. I can't answer that one way or the other. But remember that same class that is doing those things could also never take any of those powers, and they could just be casting Chain Lightning and, Counterspell and Flight and Cinder Grasp, So. Well, we already have a shaman. We don't really have a shamanistic warrior, but. And we liked shaman as sort of the nature healer. Like the sort of, good at talking, good at healing, good at nature. We thought that was the shaman. You're still pro Avatar for Bone plus Arcana. I mean, I think that's a little bit too on the nose, don't you think? Tempest. I think Tempest is not generic enough. So the idea of the lore master is that they are, you know what? For lore master, think Sherlock Holmes, Robert Downey Jr.'s Sherlock Holmes in the Robert Downey Jr. movies. It's like they are such a study. They have mastered so much studying that of their own body. Again, you didn't read Dune, so you don't know the Bene Gesserit. But they have basically like perfected their bodies, technique. Again, we could change the name. I mean, the name isn't as important as the fantasy, Jacob, the problem is with the Runesmith is we're kind of going with runes for the Codex plus Valor. We're calling it the Sigillist, but originally it was called the Rune Knight, but yeah. Like a blue mage? But is a blue mage going to really be like a master of tactics in the battlefield? I don't know. Is that a class fantasy, though? That's the problem. I mean, forget the name. I want to know. I mean, the name is important, obviously, but it's more of like, what does this class do? Maybe it doesn't do anything. I don't know. Maybe this is the one we can't fill. I mean, I should definitely go to bed too. I mean, look, we don't have to get to an answer tonight. I just think it's, It kineticizes things. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, again, the names aren't as important. I mean, I'm thinking about this in terms of class subsystems, you know? Remember how, like, the Seraph had, like, the prayer dice, you know? And, you know, we haven't covered the other classes yet, you know, but, like, the Guardian had that, you know, indomitable or unstoppable thing, you know, to keep it going. So, like, when I think about some of these classes, I think about, like, oh, like, we could have a cool rune system for the rune, you know, the sigilist or whatever like that. Now, you said incarnate for being an incarnation of power, which is why I thought invoker, you know, and like for me, I guess my idea of the invoker, I use the term of, you mentioned incarnate. So there's a class from 3rd edition called the Incarnate, which is from the book called The Magic of Incarnum. And my idea was somebody who uses magic to like augment their physical capacities. That's why I said I liked the idea of like a bender. So when we think of like, it's like a magus of the body would be how I would describe it, or like a spell blade of the body, you know? Right. So if you remember in Magic of Incarnum, it's literally based off of chakras. Let me see if I can pull this up. That's funny that you mentioned that. Okay. She's coming in hot. Oh, already exists. Sweet. All right. So this is the Magic of Incarnum. And you bind what are called incarnums, a soul meld, and you bind them to your chakras. There are 10 chakras: the crown, the feet, the hands, the arms, the brow, the shoulders, the throat, the waist, the heart, and the soul. And incarnums in this game were kind of like magic spell items. And you would like enhance yourself. So like with these magical spells that would like enhance you. So like you had like, you know, here was like a list of soul meds. Like you could summon the Crystal Helm, the Soul Spark Familiar, the Air Step Sandals, the Cerulean Sandals. I mean, the names were whatever, but the idea is that they were like this sort of like energy that you would like bind to yourself, you know, which I thought was pretty cool. Ah, sick. Nice, Blood. Good stuff. Beowulf says, I gotta go. I can only hear Derek say no so many times in one stream. Peace out. Yes, well, you know, listen, there's a reason why I don't. Can you imagine if it would be like if I was actually trying to design a game? It would be just crazy. The problem is if they were like arcane tattoos, now that starts to feel a little bit more codexy. Grim Prism is really pushing for Ascendant. I mean, I don't mind the idea of it. I just think it's a little bit, you know, I don't know. There's something about it. I don't know. Something about it doesn't great to me. Binder. Yeah, Binder to me though feels more like you're dealing with like extraplanar entities. Bone plus Arcana Fantasy sounds like a shonen protagonist, something like Avatar but generalized into a Goku, Naruto, stuff. I don't know how to name it better. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that. You know, you're not doing a Kamehameha wave, but you know, you might be doing chain lightning or something like that. You just have to be someone who's capable of like casting magic and also being kind of like a battlefield warrior at the same time, but not in the way that like a spell blade would, where you're like, you know, focusing, channeling energy into a sword and you're doing all these like sword attacks. It's more of like you being more agile and diving around the protagonist. That's pretty good. Main character is a good class name. All right. Oh, man. Yeah. I tried ChatGPT and all these names are terrible. They're all just combination names. They're all just like blank, 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 blank. And I don't like that. It's interesting that you guys like the Tempest. I don't know that I love the Tempest. I just feel like Avatar is too on the nose, you know? The problem is that, you know, the arcane ability does get, you know, the arcanist does get, you know, they do get like other wizard or like sorcery like spells. It's not just raw elemental energy. So we do have to kind of balance that to accept this. The Edge. I don't know. Well, I don't know. We don't solve it tonight. Maybe we'll pick it up Sunday. Leave your comments below. Like, you know, what would you? I mean, I think the class concept is neat. Paragon's not bad. It kind of gets to that idea of the ascendant. I don't hate Paragon. You think Paragon is totally Paladin vibes? Well, there is no Paladin, so we don't have to worry about that. We do not, Whipplestein, but partially because there are no rituals in the game, although we do want to add them as a separate feature, apparently, sometime in the game. Scion I like too, but it's also kind of a little bit loaded, yeah. Well, vessels, I mean, like, I think it was Alia who suggested the conduit, you know, which is kind of the same idea. Which, if you're going to go vessel and you're going to go conduit, you might as well be like, you know, an invoker or something like that. Right? Because if we look at invoker, you know, it's so funny when you type invoker, you can't get the definition of it because it just all comes up with like shit from Dota 2 and stuff like that. An invoker is someone who invokes something, which means to call upon or use something. So, like, the idea is that like the invoker could maybe like invoke magical energy into themselves, and then they become like a cool warrior. So, I don't know. I mean, I think there's also kind of a you know, an element of like wanting it to be something like play off of terms that kind of mean stuff to people who play D&D. Although remember, the rogue in this game is a spellcaster, so Channeler's not bad either. I mean, that's definitely a Wheel of Time vibe as well. I agree. But if our idea is that we are invoking magic into ourselves, then I like Invoker. I don't mind Adept, Channeler. I think those could all be interesting. So, yeah, I'm not, in terms of what the actual mechanical effect of the class feature is, I'm not entirely sure. I wish Arcana was a little bit more like blasty casty and doesn't have some of these weird abilities. I kind of like the idea. I like the idea of like the blue mage. I like the idea of like a geomancer. Well, Whipplestein, this game doesn't have initiative or rounds or turns, so that concept doesn't really mean much. Oh, well, all right, we're on the same page, Pumpkin. Yeah, I do wish Arcana was more... Like, I wish Arcana truly felt like raw magic. Like, magic missile, lightning bolt, blasts of fire, gusts of wind, pushes of telekinetic power, right? Nothing that is more structured, constituent, detailed, oriented, just very like, and Ludo is exactly right, which is why they added other stuff. But yeah, it should feel right. Nothing measured and nothing control, But like when we look at the Arcana ability, you have like floating eye. Spend a hope to create a single small floating orb that you can move anywhere within very far range. While this spell is active, you can see through the orb as though you're looking out from its position. You can transition between using your own senses and seeing through the orb freely. If the orb takes damage or moves out of range, the spell ends. And to me, number one, I'm like, well, that should fucking be a ritual. But number two, I'm just like, that absolutely feels like a Codex ability. 100% King Hodop. It does not feel very raw magical power. Completely. Now, let's look at some of the other ones. Right? Like Rune Ward lets you infuse something with personal magic, with protective magic and gives it, some benefit. Okay. Unleash Chaos. Perfect. This sounds like, raw magical energy. Wall Walk, just quickly being able to like, cling to walls and fly around. That's pretty cool. Cinder Grasp. So far we're like Rune Ward, Unleash Chaos, sure. Wall Walk, sure. Cinder Grasp, grab something, it lights onto fire. Floating Eye, hell no. That's Codex. Counterspell, sure. Just channel, like blocking it with raw magical energy. Perfect. Flight, I think that's cool. You just take off. Blink Out, that's like popping around the, night crawling topic, dimension dooring. Cool. Preservation Blast. Targets you succeed against are forced back to far range and take D8 damage. And it's all targets in melee range. So this is literally like a point blank AoE pushing everyone back. Cool. Raw. Chain Lightning. Cool. Raw. Premonition. Okay. It doesn't feel like Codex because it's not like a divination spell. It's more of just like visions coming to you strangely, Telekinesis. Okay. But then you start getting into things like, sensory projection, where you're like doing more like setting a divination and dropping your vision. So there's only it does feel like a random collection of spells that's all over the place. Yeah. So now remember, you might not necessarily take it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like, there's a couple things in the Arcana domain that don't really feel very Arcana to me. Rune Ward, for God's sakes, it's a rune. floating eye, you're creating a small flying orb that can fly out around it. There's Philip, I actually agree with you. And apparently also too, there's like things where it's like, well, that was a big part of Critical Role, so they had to put it in Daggerheart because it was a big part of like their shows. Well, for debuffing Hexblade, I mean, that's where I think, the Dread domain would be really good. Like when I think Hexblade, I think Dread plus Blade. That's what I think. Or like a Dark Knight, a Shadow Blade, a Shadow Knife, a Soul Knife, a Dark Knife, a Hexblade, or something. Well, Whipplestein, Codex has, I think, straight up divination. Codex is harder because there's so many more spells. Or maybe it's Splendor. Damn, I thought something had divination. I don't even remember where it was now. Oh, there it is. Divination. Splendor. Once per long rest, spend 3 hope to reach out to the forces beyond and ask one yes or no question about an event, person, place, or situation in the near future. For a moment, the present falls away, and you will see the answer before you. Nobody knows. Yeah, Codex is the wizard fantasy, right? Is having, because the thing about mechanically about Codex is when anybody else takes a spell or takes an ability, you get one ability. With Codex, when you take an ability, you take a book, and the book actually gives you 3 powers. So if, for example, a level 1 character has 2 abilities, but if you had Codex domain, you could take the Book of Ava and the Book of Iliad, and you actually have 6 abilities. You have Power Push, Tava's Armor, Ice Spike, Slumber, Arcane Barrage, and Telepathy. So you have 6 abilities compared to everybody else's 2. So the whole idea of like the Codex is that you have this versatility. You have a lot of, tools in your toolbox. Now, they may not be as flashy, and they may not be as powerful, and they may not be as, pop, bang, zing, whiz. But, because you've studied, you're like, I have something for that. Or I think I have something for that. Or I have something for that, And that's the fantasy there is like, I'm well prepared. I'm versatile. I have all these cool, little things in my back pocket ready to go. As an, so. The problem is that, I mean, which is fine, but like mechanically weapon swapping in this game doesn't really mean anything, and it doesn't really do anything, and it doesn't really matter. Like there's no minor action, there's no bonus action, there's no like action economy to switch between weapons. You can just switch between weapons. You know what I mean? So like there's kind of a, because this game doesn't like pixel bitch on 3 action economy, 4 action economy, 4 action economy plus reaction, because you don't even have turns. In fact, even if something did take an action, you could just take an action and then just take another action and then just take another action and then just take another action and just take another action and just take another action. And technically, you could just keep taking actions forever. So, just saying. I don't know. I think there's something there for Codex plus for Codex plus Blade. I'm just not sure what it is. For Arcana, I think the idea is pretty solid, right? This is the, super channel magic in, raw magic into your blade and then explode in energy and deal a ton of damage and look really sweet doing it. That's the Arcana Blade fantasy, right? That's the, what a lot of people want. So, and again, tentatively, we just call that the Magus, but it could be called whatever. It could be called the Spellblade or whatever. I don't like compound words if we can avoid them. I can't wait to play a super channel raw magic energy in your blade and explode. Some people don't. Oh. Also, this is something too, Vin's not here, but the other thing is too, is we talked about how some classes have different levels of complexity. And I think it's good to have classes that you can opt in and opt out of complexity. So maybe the Magus is a simpler class. You know, you just kind of, you know, you hit things, you build up your magical power, and then you let it explode through your blade, and you do really cool, powerful waves of attacks, and then you turn, you know, and you bring up your hand and you hit him with the chain lightning. You're like a Jedi, but not like an actual Jedi from like the real Star Wars, but like a Jedi from one of the fucking video games where you're just like, throwing your sword out, hit 3 people, flies back to your hand, you turn, crackle people with lightning, they blow up, you telekinesis somebody and fling them back. That's Arcana Magus. You're like a video game Jedi. That's the fantasy. Yeah. The Codex Jedi, the Codex Blade is a more, that is totally possible, and that'd be a really fun mechanic to play with, and I potentially might use that because that's a fucking awesome idea. It's a cool thing that we haven't seen more, where you can like move things into your vault in order to gain extra power. I think that's a cool idea. And if we don't use that there, we should probably use it somewhere because that's a really cool idea. And I think that's amazing. So, as it is, there isn't really a barbarian class or a barbarian thing. I mean, if you want to be a barbarian in this game, you would be a warrior. Because you could choose all the bone abilities that let you have no armor, but have be naked, but have armor. And, we also talked about the Valor Blade is the Guardian. Like if you want to be a tank barbarian, you should be a Guardian. If you want to be a, like damage barbarian, you should be a warrior. But yeah, I think we said that the Blade, the Guardian is probably like the most barbarian-like. Although, what you could probably do actually if you want to be a barbarian, you would start Guardian, and then you would multi-class probably maybe into Warrior so that you could pick up Bone, or you could multi-class into Ranger if you want some spell. But if you want to stay completely martial, damn it, Ludo. Well, at least you know what? At least we're thinking right because that's a cool ability. So, all right, at least they took it, and I'm happy it's in the game because I thought that was an amazing idea that Sick had and Sick Kitty had it, and Sick Kitty apparently it's already in the game. I haven't read the sorcerer yet. That's interesting. Well, the problem is the teleporting school is Arcana. Like they literally get like Dimension Door, Fuck. And to be fair, I think the sword mage teleporting around, blinking around, feels more Arcana to me than Codex. But again, well, we're gonna get to the sorcerer in our third class series. But all right, well, I'm pretty beat at this point. So we've got one outstanding in Bone. We're still kind of triggering to figure out what the Codex Blade is. We got a couple of names that are, maybe still pending. Well, Stefano, what we're trying to do is a mix of things. One is what is a class fantasy that exists within the fantasy TTRPG space? You know, we want to, is there a way that we can reflect that class fantasy? 2, is there a compelling mechanic that we could use that would be appropriate for a class that gets, you know, that gives that class an interesting mechanic to exist? Is there enough depth there that you could do multiple subclasses of that class? So it needs to be generic enough that you could then have subclasses of that class, right? That's why the class has to be kind of generic so that you can kind of focus on, you know, the things. Then next, does it make sense? Does the 2 domains make sense thematically tied to that class and that class fantasy and that class feature? That's kind of the idea we're going for. Right. Whipplestein, that's kind of what we were suggesting for originally. I do love that idea, Ludo, and I know that would make the game more card gamey, but fuck it. You know, we're going all in at this point. I absolutely love that idea. Like, a lot. Like, actually, I love that idea. Like, a lot. It's totally what I was thinking too. I didn't say it because, you know, like, I keep my stuff under wraps. But yeah, I think the idea of the gambler or something like that would be, yes, you're totally here for the gamey bullshit. Me too. Okay, we're all here. But yeah, so anyways, Wolfenstein, that's originally why I had this as the lore master. And again, the original inspiration of this is, hold a sec. So this is a lore master of Hoeth. Gifted warriors whose skill at arms is matched by their intelligence and grasp of magics. They are powerful high elven battle mages trained in the White Tower of Hoeth. They are gifted warriors, for their intellects find even the exacting physical disciplines of the sword masters of Hoeth almost childishly easy to master. Similarly, each lore master has a faultless grasp of the principles of magic lore. However, they seldom waste time in committing more than a sliver of battle magic to memory. They are concerned with weightier and more elusive spells that are little suited to the battlefield. So this is, you know, these are lore masters of Hoeth. You know, they are warrior mages, like warrior wizards. They're not like Muso mode, Magus, energy explosion. They are just like super, super dedicated. So that's why I originally called it lore master, because that's what lore master means to me in the game of Magic or of Warhammer. But now the question is, what does that actually mean in the TTRPG, and how do we make that make sense? Call the class the Muso. Well, this is why you need to learn everything about all things nerd, Hodop, and then you'll be able to, to parse this in here. I think all of our splendors have been filled, so I don't think we're technically in need of a Theurgist or Theurgist or a Theurge. Yeah, Hakeem, I kind of see Arcana plus Blade, right? Yeah, you're swinging around Mjolnir, then you're crackling energy, you're flying to the other side of the battlefield, landing with an explosion. Those are all literally things that you could do in the game with the powers that we have in the game already. Arcana has flight, chain lightning, earthquake. Blade has whirlwind attack, smash, throw. Like, that's very Thor with Mjolnir, Jojo says, I think it'd be nice to have a class that you can make to that you could make to make it a little more card gamey. Right. Not every class. If you don't want to do that, I agree, Jojo. I wouldn't mind having at least 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 classes that lean a little bit more into the cards as a resource and actually make it into a little bit more of a card mechanic. For example, for those of you who don't know, in the original Tome of Battle, Book of Nine Swords, which predated 4th edition, there were these powers that basically functioned a lot like these powers here. And there were 3 classes. There was the Warblade, the Sword Sage, and the Crusader. And the Warblade and the Sword Sage kind of were, you got your powers. The way the Warblade worked is you only had a couple powers, and then once you used them all, you had to make just a normal regular attack, and then all of your powers would come back, but you didn't have a lot of them. The Sword Sage was more like a martial power wizard. You had a lot of powers, but you had to take a full round to get 1 back, which basically meant you didn't do it in the middle of a fight, but you had more to choose from. And then the 3rd class was called the Crusader, which was like inspired by random bits of divine inspiration. And the Crusader literally drew a hand, and each turn they would draw a new power. It was random. So like you didn't ever know what powers you were going to have. And I thought it was pretty cool. Devoted's not bad. I actually don't mind that idea. a lib warrior. A Valkyrie. Oh yeah, I love the idea of the gambler being able to like bet hope against the GM's fear, and then like basically make a bet, and it's like, hey, I'll bet you 2 hope against 2 fear that I make this roll, and the GM like goes bet, and then if you make the roll, they lose 2 fear and you gain 2 hope. But if you lose the bet, you lose 2 hope and they gain 2 fear. I actually fucking love that. So devoted. I like devoted. Devoted's pretty good. Take care, Hodop. Oh, we're gonna finish up here in the next couple of things here. Arcana plus Blade could have 2 subclasses. One focus on that and one focus. Yeah, subclasses can also take us in another direction. I settle for devoted just so we have a name. It's pretty good. All right, we can always update. We don't have to stick to this if it's not perfect. So we'll put devoted, which means we only technically need 1 more thing. You love betting fear and hope? Oh, I think I do too. Absolutely. It's got to be quick enough that it doesn't like take up the whole turn, but like, or the whole game. And we could even say maybe you can only do it once per rest or something like that. But yeah, I think it would be sweet. Can you imagine? Okay, remember how you get the subclasses and you get the different abilities? Remember how like you have the foundation ability, and then you have the thing, and then you have the other thing? What if there was like a thing called like all in? Like that was your power. It's called all in, and you just like you bet. It allows you to bet all of your hope. Oh, Ludo. I mean, that's also from Final Fantasy VI, right? That's from Setzer's ability. Setzer's ability could throw gold and throw bags. I kind of love it. But yeah, I love the idea of an ability called all in. Just like, yeah, maybe, but it in keeping with the theme, it's like, I don't know. I feel like a monster class should either be something tied to Sage, because that's like the nature, or maybe even a new domain. I'm not really sure what it is. I don't know quite what you mean. Oh, Necromancer. Well, no, Dylan, there's a new domain that they added called the Dread domain in the playtest. And the Dread domain already has I think it's like it might be Dread Splendor, I think is Necromancer. Yeah, I think it's Dread Splendor actually. So the necromancer can actually heal, which is cool because the splendor domain gets healing. But it talks about how splendor is like, you know, which I love the idea of a necromancer who can heal, you know. It reminds me of, again, from Wheel of Time. Actually, this is like from the opening chapter of Wheel of Time. But take care, Stefano. Peace out. I'm dropping off here in a minute. But like when if you get healed by the true power, aka the dark power, you know, it's like it's healing, but it's not pleasant. You know, it heals you, but it's not cool. So, anyways, having a necromancer be healing, I think, is actually really awesome, and I'm really big for it. Yeah, so these are, I like these ones. Although also Hakeem, again, I like the idea of dragging. Invoker, Paragon, Evoker, Vessel, and Channeler are our best bets. And so the idea of our final class fantasy, which is Bone plus Arcana, is kind of like a, what's the monk subclass from 5e? Is it like the Elemental Master, or the Elemental Fist, or something like that? It's kind of like a warrior wizard or a warrior person who can channel energy and channel magic, you know, into themselves, and they can, you know, throw lightning bolts, and they can do all this other stuff. Maybe a way of 4 elements. So it's the idea of like kind of like not like a monk, because you don't necessarily have to be unarmed, but it's more of like the it's kind of like a spellcasting monk. That's the idea of Bone Arcana for the class fantasy. Is kind of a spell casting monk. So I don't know how many people are here. I don't even know if this is if there's a point to this. But Bone plus Arcana, class name. So we have Invoker, Evoker, Vessel, Channeler. Is that right? Is that everybody? Hold on a sec. Okay. Now, technically, one of these is technically one of these is already from. Oh no, that was another one that was from MCDM. Oh my God, Derek, it's so late. I can't even click on this stupid thing anymore. All right, Channeler. Reset poll and show poll. Boom. All right. So those are our 7 options. Vote in chat. We have Invoker, Paragon, Evoker, Vessel, Channeler, Scion, and Adept. Those are the ones that people had suggested that I thought had some generic premise. I do like the dragon one as well. Ludo says Evoker is the dragon class in WoW from the last X pack. We shut down Conduit because Conduit is a great name, but it's being used by the Draw Steel game, the MCDM game, and so I don't want to completely steal from that. And although I do like Conduit, I do think it's a cool name. I just don't want to like it. I think it'll be too deliberate. So get your votes in. I don't know which one I would vote for. I guess I technically get a vote. Oh, Keith Orr's playing both sides. I think you can get 2 votes if you vote in Twitch. And it's okay if you're in both. You deserve it. You're a true master of it.
That's very kind of you to say. Thank you.
What the hell is happening? What just talked to me? Oh, my phone, like, for some odd reason, was talking to me. Keith Orsis law comment. No, man, I respect it. I actually, I wouldn't expect any difference. All right, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Vessel, and then a subclass could be Tempest. All right. If you vote in both, I guess it makes you very depth. So I wouldn't have picked. Well, because Xanderful, because Conduit is very specifically only used by the Draw Steel MCDM game. That's why. So, and I think Vessel is kind of a similar enough idea. Now, Xanderful, none of this is written in stone. Maybe we do change it to a Conduit if we feel like it's just super appropriate. But that's why. Just because some of these other ideas have been used in other RPGs, and I think they're generic enough. But Conduit is one that I've only ever seen mentioned in the concept of DMG, of Draw Steel. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with Vessel. I think I kind of like Vessel. I think Paragon's good too. So is he fake? I make no, Rad. I'm trying to, I'm trying to fill in the thing. All right, so here we go. With 8 votes, Vessel. So that means that we now have our roughly filled in sheet for our potential class list. We have added the Anointed, the Devoted, the Duelist. I do think Paragon would also be good here too, Hakeem. So I agree with you. Devoted is good. Paragon is also good. The Duelist, the Assassin, the Magus. Anything in orange is a name that I potentially could change, but it's fine. The Hunter and the Warrior, which is already in the game. We added the Sigilist, the Mesmer, the Sentinel, the Abjurer, the Preserver. The Fighter is coming from them, not from me. The Chanter, the Spiritist, the Mystic, the Shaman, the Templar, the Archivist, the Arcanist, the Seer, the Lore Master, the Illusionist, the Herald, the Trickster, the Witch, the Avenger, and the Vessel. So, yeah. Now, we don't know what any of these classes do at all, because obviously they haven't been designed. But put it in chat. Which class, if you were making a Daggerheart for my new Daggerheart campaign, which doesn't exist, but we were going to make one. And I said, hey, I want you to play in my campaign. What class? And we had designed all of this. No summoner as of yet, Ludo, but maybe that's something that we could eventually do eventually. I mean, because the ranger gets a pet, so there's probably a way to do it through the pet mechanic. I just need to be more familiar with it yet. Which class? Obviously, the ones in green are already in the game. The ones in blue are in the playtest document. But assuming we did make all these classes and we made them cool and they had cool class features, which class would you want to be? Now, it could be based off of the name or the class fantasy, or it could be based off of the domains that you really like Sikiti likes the Avenger because Bone and Midnight are their favorites. Ayla likes the Arcanist. I think that one would be really cool. I don't know what we're going to do with that one, but I love the idea of somebody who's just like all in on magic and they get all of it. That sounds really cool. Xander is a Necromancer, as always, right? That's coming. We don't have a Barbarian, and there's no real place for it technically in the game, but it's we've kind of decided that Barbarian's probably a form of the Guardian. Oh, it's a Grace Dread Warlock. Got it. Well, you know what? Maybe next time we do it, we'll add we'll add the Dread domain, and we'll make up new classes for all the Dread domains too. Ludo likes the Trickster because we were already cooking on ideas for it, and they sounded pretty sweet, I will admit. Failing that, Midnight plus Valor. Okay. I'm personally drawn to the Sentinel. Midnight and Valor is interesting. Devoted, not just because I pitched the name. Duelist seems like it would be fun. I agree. Vessel with the Tempest subclass, of course, naturally. Or Sentinel. Lore Master with Witcher vibes. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see the Lore Master having a subclass where you're sort of like a monster hunter, you know? That'd be kind of cool. Oh, yeah, you could have a Dread Knight or something like that for sure. I mean, I think filling in the Dread, somebody said that there isn't a Necromancer, actually. They said it's a Warlock. I haven't checked. What is it? If it's a Warlock, what is it? Probably Dread and... Is it Dread and Arcana? It's Dread and Grace. Interesting. I would not have guessed that. It's Warlock? Really? Oh. Interesting. Well, in that case, Necromancer is on the board as one of ours. And so obviously, I agree. I do think Summoner is a big class fantasy. Summoners does have some other problems, and yeah. You've always been a goth at heart. Oh, of course. Real quick, while we are wrapping up here, throw out your ideas for quick, because I don't care about this is bonus content, so I don't really care. Throw out your ideas to fill in this thing. So like we have Dread, Blade, Dread, which is like, so that's weapons, martial weapons and Dread. We have Valor, which is the Dread tank. I like Necromancer for Dread Splendor. I thought that's literally what it was, so that's fine. Dread Codex is like a dark arcane caster. We've got Dread and Midnight. So Dread and Blade is Death Knight. Everybody says it's Death Knight. Everybody wants it to be Death Knight. Okay, Death Knight. Oh, that's true. Okay, Hakeem. Okay, that's a good point. Coming from the 5e. Ludo says Dread and Bone is a demon hunter. That's a little bit too specific, don't you think? But again, I'll put anybody else here. Dread and Bone should be a werewolf. Oh, Dread and Sage is Defiler. Yes, great. Love it. Defiler, perfect. Love it. There we go. Nope. There we go. Yeah, that's really good. I forgot we had talked about that. Inquisitor for Dread and Valor. You think an Inquisitor is a tank? Maybe they are. I don't know. They protect you with fear. I kind of get around that. That's kind of cool. I'll put it down. Dread and Midnight is the Stalker. Or maybe we could put something like more like a Wraith, or like a Nightmare or something like that. Ooh, I like Occultist. Good one, Pickaroon. Good one, Pickaroon. That's a good one. No, we already agreed that Dread and Sage was the Defiler because we had the Preserver already. So the Silencer. Yeah, Wraith. I think Wraith is more edgy, and I kind of like it. And I like when there's like occasionally a class name that's a little bit like Seraph, right? It's a little bit out there. And what is for our Dread Arcana? A Lich? Well, I think that's a little bit... Blood Mage is an option. The Fisher sounds cool. Oh. This could be like a Hexer, or maybe that's already our Witch. I don't know. Curse Binder, maybe. I mean, this could be the binder, something like that. I don't know, or maybe the Arcana is the occultist, and this is the binder. Like they summon and bind demons. You know, they like study true names of demons. They're Codex Dread. You know, they like find demons' true names and bind them to their service or something like that. Something like that. I don't know. And occultist could be more like, you know, you channel weird powers through you, but instead of being magic, it's from like another realm, another dimension. You know, I think Jess was talking earlier about like an alienist, something like that. I don't know. That went a lot quicker. Apparently, you know, it turns out that Bone is just a shitty domain that is really hard to fill in, and that Codex and Arcana, while thematically different, have a lot of structural overlap. And it's when you have like a very clear-cut domain, it's a lot easier to fill it in. We only need one more though. Dread and Bone. Of course, because Bone is the hard one. So, because I'm saying we did all of these in literally one go. Shifter, Abomination, Dreadnought. Bone is pretty incoherent as a domain. I think we can rationally say that is true, because we have just had a hard time figuring it out. Everyone's like, wait, what does it mean? So even if it does mean something. Now, Short says it could be like a shapeshifter. A werewolf. I like Abomination. I kind of like Abomination. Ooh, what about Aberrant? You think this is the Inquisitor? So then who's our Dread tank? Or Aberrant, or like Vestige, or you know, Riven. All right, we'll just leave it. Well, my idea here was that, yeah, like a possessed. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's all kind of the same idea. Aberrant, possessed, it's kind of the same idea. So the reason why I put Inquisitor into Dread and Valor is because Valor is the protection. And the idea of Inquisitor is like, I'm protecting you with Dread. Right? Like even at a meta concept, you know, like it's like, you know, like maybe the Inquisitor can shield you, but it gives the GM fear or something like that. And so it's like you're building up fear by saving people. So it's kind of this like Faustian deal. It's kind of, I don't know. That's kind of a cool idea. And it's kind of like what an Inquisitor does as well. You know, they protect you with fear and scariness. Anyways, we filled that out real quick. Again, none of these names mean anything or final because we don't even have a final Dread domain yet. So there we go. We've completely filled in the chart, including the potential chart for that to come. All right. So now that we have a completed chart, including the Dread domain, including people who want to be super emo and edgy and goth and for the Dread domain, which class now with our revised listing, including our presumptuous dread options would you want to be in our presumed Daggerheart campaign? Maybe it's still the devoted, maybe it's still the sentinel or the mystic or the chanter, maybe it's all of those things, but maybe it's not. Maybe you want to be something else. Except Travis wants to be the preserver, the valorous, the nature tank. Trickster, although Inquisitor is a close second. I stand by my devoted, but damn, does the Inquisitor make my brain juices flow in the possibilities? Ooh, Volcanic Shepherd likes the occultist. Yeah. Maybe Necromancer. I love the idea of the Necromancer being able to heal, though. Like, we got to lock this in as soon as the dread domain is locked. We got to get this in there as soon as I'm sure they'll probably do that too. It's their Black Retro. We just have to do some work with sort of figuring it out. And once we have a solid mechanic for it, I think it'll make more sense. I love how Akeem always makes Vessel with the Tempest subclass. All right, sweet. Well, this is cool. I mean, it just kind of shows, like, you know, there's a lot of room for this. And then every time you add a new domain, right, you add potentially that many new classes to the list. So this is like a splat person's dream, right? Because you have, and the cool thing about these classes is they're short. I mean, they're very small. I mean, we've seen in the book. Picaroon says the binder probably. I love the design of Codex and enjoy having my own minions in other games. Yeah, for sure. You're being consistent. I appreciate it. But yeah, so like I was saying before, like the class design in this game is very, very simple. And by the way, like there's so many ways for people who want to do third-party stuff to get involved, because number one, you could get in with the class, but you could also design subclasses. Like, here's the Guardian class. Like, what do you need for a Guardian class? This is it. Everything in this purple box, this is it. What domains do you get? Well, that's easy. What's your starting armor class? What's your starting hit points? What's your hope feature? What's your class feature? That's it. That's all a class is. Pick a starting AC, pick starting hit points, pick a hope feature, pick a class feature. That's it. Full stop. Then you can make subclasses. Ideally, at least 2. So there's choices. But, you know, you could even lay out a 3rd or a 4th, you know. And this is it. This whole thing here, look, the whole class, including 2 subclasses, fits on 1 page. And we all thought Guardian was awesome. I still think Guardian is awesome. So, you know, you can really, I think, create a lot of cool play experience with this. Yeah. I kind of agree. And in fact, in our very first thing, I think it was Jess in our first stream who said, wow, like this game is going to be great to design for, because, you know, it's just going to be so easy to just add. Like, if you want to do the big work, you'll add a domain. Domain's going to be the biggest work. Then the next thing would be to add a class, because while class is simple, you really want to make sure you nail that class identity, and then subclasses beyond that, you know. But then what's even beyond that is individual powers. Like, we could create a new level 1 power for every domain in the game. Right now there's 3 level 1 powers for every domain in the game, and there's 2 level 2, 2 level 3, 2 level 4, 2 level 5, 2 level 6, 2 level 7, 2 level 8, 2 level 9, 2 level 10. You create, hey, here's a splat that has 1 new power for all the level 1. So that way you get to pick 4 from 4 instead of 2. That's it. So you can just design individual powers for the domains, or you could design individual subclasses, or you could design a whole class and a couple of subclasses, or you could design an entire domain. So, and then, if that's not crazy enough, don't forget that at level 5, or once you reach level 5, you could do it anytime. Once you reach level 5, you could do it. You could multi-class. And when you multi-class, you don't get you get to you get the class feature of a different class. And you can now choose domains from that class as powers too. Now, they're lower level, they're half your level. But it does not have feats, Dylan. But keep in mind that multi-classing costs you something because you can't increase your mastery. So you could have a character who ends up by the end of the game, you could multi-class twice. So, which is pretty sweet. So, I mean, the combination there, you talk about identity and all that other stuff. Like your character could be like, okay, well, I started as a sigilist and then I multi-classed into necromancer and then Avenger, You only get one multi-class? I don't think so. I think you can multi-class at tier 3 and tier 4. They give it to you. They give you the option twice. I mean, I could be wrong, but no, it says choose an additional class for your character, then cross out. Oh, you're right. Okay. I see what you're saying. You cross out this and the other multi-class option. Okay, so you can only multi-class once. Okay. Actually, I'm a little bit relieved by that because if you could multi-class twice, that'd be too much. Okay, cool. You could just do it earlier or later. Got it. That's why that's here twice. Got it. Okay. You still get your level 10 ability from your core domains. What you give up on by doing multi-classing is you'll never be able to get mastery in your class. So, for example, if we were a guardian and we ended up multi-classing into something, and we were a stalwart guardian, right? Because it crosses out our upgraded feature, we could never get mastery. So we'll never be able to be a master stalwart because we multi-classed. That's what we give up. We give up the ability to get the final version of our subclass by multi-classing. Also, multi-class, when you level up, you get to mark 2 boxes. But if you multi-class, it takes both boxes. So when you multi-class, that's the only thing you got that level. The same thing with your proficiency goes up by +1 anyways at each tier. So it goes up at tier 2, it goes up at tier 3, and it goes up at tier 4 automatically. So you go from proficiency 1 to proficiency 4, which is how many dice you roll when you roll damage. But if you want the additional damage proficiency, you have to take these 2 boxes. But these are a double box. Same. I think it's good. I like that restriction. But that design opens up the ability to add a single domain multi-class archetypes with just a core feature, a foundation, and a specialization. I see what you're saying. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, possibly. I mean, I like that you get the class feature. I think the class feature makes you feel really cool, and I like that you get it. Right, exactly. It rewards you for sticking to a class. And by the way, the other cool thing about it is when you multi-class, you get to pick one of the domains from your multi-class, and you get to add it to the list of things that you can take. And if whatever power you take from that multi-class works at your level. So if you're level 10, it works at level 10. But you can't take the level 10 power from your multi-class. You can only take half your level. So you can only take a level 5 power or a level 4 power. Now, it'll scale up to your level, but you can't take the level 10 power, for example, or the high level power. Philip, I think this is a great compromise because automatically you're going to go from 1 to 4, and that's pretty good. And if you really want to give up 2 checkboxes on level up to take your proficiency up an additional die, that feels good, but it also doesn't feel like an automatic no-brainer. I could see a lot of people who, especially people who don't do a lot of damage or don't attack that often, or don't need damage dice, not taking this at all. I could also see people taking it twice, but I could also see people taking it twice and feeling like, damn, man, it would have been sweet to gain all these additional hit points, all these additional stresses, taking additional cards to add to my vaults. You really are giving up a lot, even though it is really powerful because you're rolling 6 dice at the end of the game instead of 4 dice for your damage, which feels great, but it doesn't feel like a no-brainer. It feels like a tough decision that's going to be very context dependent, both on the type of character that you have, the type of party you have, and what you like to do as a player. And that feels like a really good space, you know? That's correct. It does. So when you level up, you get to mark 2 boxes. And when you do that, these ones don't come into effect until you mark them both. I don't know if you could like do something really weird where you like mark 1 and 1, but then you don't get the proficiency. And then the next level you mark 1 and 1, and then you get it. I don't know if you can actually do that. I don't see why not. Doesn't really make much of a difference, and actually is worse in every possible way because you should have just taken the 2 things first and then gotten the proficiency the second time. But anyways, I digress. I mean, I would totally let a player do that too. I think if anything, it's only weaker. So, I mean, yeah, if you are full DPS send, no all brakes or all gas, no brakes, I do think that you would totally, probably want it for sure. But it's the same way that if you're like a super tank McTankerson, you're probably going to max out your hit point slots, Oh, Xander, I have no idea what that would even remotely be. Well, Hides his eyes. Yeah, what we were doing tonight was we were playing around with a spreadsheet. So the classes in green are the ones that came in the game. The ones in blue are the ones that are currently in the playtest doc. And then myself, my patrons, and then tonight with the rest of chat, we filled in potential classes for all the missing spots. But yeah, I agree with Shorbs, or Shorn BS. I'll just call it Shorn. Because I think once you get a better feel on the math of the game, like if you're playing and you're like always missing severe threshold by like a couple of points, you're like, oh man, if I had 1 more die of damage, instead of doing 2 hit points, I'd be doing 3 hit points. You're like, that's 50% more hit point damage. I really wish I had that. And if you did that, then you'd feel pretty good. But if you're like, man, I'm not even close to hitting their severe threshold, you're like, or I'm crushing their severe threshold, then I don't think you would really actually care about taking the proficiency. So it really depends on how it maps out, for sure. Alrighty, folks. Well, it took us a couple more hours. Yes, the proficiency is the amount of dice you roll for damage. I don't mind the idea of like a wild mage. I mean, I called it a mystic because I called it a mystic because an Arcana Splendor is able to cast magic and heal, and that's basically like a wizard cleric. And in 3rd edition, there was a prestige class called the Mystic Theurge that could cast both. So I could have called it a Theurge, but I chose to call it a mystic. But I don't mind the idea of that being a wild mage, honestly. So that might be something that we could totally change. Alrighty, everyone. I am gonna take off. It's 5 a.m. where I am, so It's early in the morning. But like I said, I took a long nap today, so I'm actually just now getting tired. But like I said, my Daggerheart game came today. I got my cards and I got my rule book. I'm looking forward tomorrow. I'm playing Torchbearer in the evening with my patrons, but you know me, I hate PDFs, so I'm really looking forward to getting this bad boy. I'm going to go to the coffee shop. I'm going to get me a nice grande cold brew, and I'm going to man, it smells so much like a board game. And I know what everyone else is thinking, like, oh man, this is terrible. I love it. It is already this late, yes. All right, well, we're going to be back Sunday, and we're going to talk for another probably 3 or 4 hours, and we're going to be covering 3 classes. We're going to be covering Ranger, Warrior, and Druid. So I look forward to seeing you all there. And then real quick, I want to shout out to Volcanic Shepherd for the massive $50 tip. Thank you so much, Volcanic Shepherd, our new hype boss. Whipplestein, Cal, Dr. Metropolis, Shadram, and GM Scott with his anonymous, and Kyle for his Fuck It We Ball super chat. We do Fuck It We Ball. August 22 is coming sooner than you think. And I'm really excited. Again, this was just me hanging out with you guys tonight. We talked about Warhammer for a long time, and we talked about the new Warhammer RPG, and just as I'm getting really excited about Daggerheart, someone else shows me a new Warhammer RPG, and I'm like, oh, that looks awesome, and I want to play that. If you want to check us out, please do so. Like, comment, subscribe, make sure you ring the bell and get all of our announcements, because we do go live randomly Tuesdays and Thursdays in the evening always, but sometimes we go randomly like tonight. Additionally, we are on Twitch, twitch.tv/nightsoflastcall. If you have Amazon Prime and you are linked to your Twitch account, and if you're not, you should be, because you're paying for it. So you're paying for it anyways. You can give out a free Prime sub every month. If you would like to give it to us, I would be very, very, very gracious and very, very appreciative of that. At the very least, you should give it to somebody, because you're paying for it. And if you're not using it, it's just going to waste. So you get 12 of those a year. You might as well give it to somebody. If you want to give it to us, I would be very thankful. And lastly, if you want to join us and be part of this crazy community that we've built over the last 5 years, then the best and most honored, time-bound, honored way to do it is to join our Patreon, patreon.com/nightsoflastcall, link in the description below. That'll get you access into our exclusive community Discord, our community games, our game servers. Also, you'll get access to a backlog of bonus content, bonus videos, bonus streams, bonus campaigns. It's all there in the Discord. You can also sign up at a higher tier to potentially get in a place where you could play games with me, or get cool merch and fun items and some of our back publications and all this other cool stuff. So check it out if you'd like to and support us. That would be really cool. Yuval, go back to the beginning of the stream and check it out. Somebody mentioned there's like a Cubicle 7 who makes the Warhammer 4th edition fantasy role-playing. This game is apparently not going out of print. This game is apparently still sticking around, but they are making a new Warhammer The Old World role-playing game in line with the new wargaming game, The Old World. So it is 5:30 in the morning here. 5:30 a.m. Grimvism, what? Yes, go back to the beginning. We spent the first hour of the stream talking about Warhammer. So both war games, but also, Cubicle 7 is the king. They already have another Warhammer game in the form of Age of Sigmar. So they'll have 3 Warhammer games, not 40K, Warhammer. They'll have Warhammer Fantasy Role-Playing, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, and Warhammer The Old World. Not confusing at all. It's totally fine. All right, everybody, I am out. I will see you Sunday next time. Yes. No. Saturday. No, that's not live. That's just with my patrons. Yes. You'll see us next time on Sunday on Nights of Last Call. Good night, everybody, or good morning. Take care.